Get the phones open. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna get the phones open. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. In cometh. In cometh. Okay. Let me let everybody know that I'm streaming. Copy link address. Let everybody know. Hold on. Let me see here. Where is it? Where's the... At everyone. Streaming live and taking calls. Debating Kent Hovind. This is going to be cool. This is going to be cool. I hope I got the right account that I like pinged. It was like at Kent Hovind 9674. He only had 9,000 subscribers, but guarantee you, like that's probably like either like a parody account. We got to pull up the notes. Notes on. Wait, I have a debate prep evolution? What the heck is that? Debate prep evolution. Oh no, this is a different. I'm going to call this debate Kent Hovind notes. That's what we're going to do. Hey, we got 50 saying woo with the cattle blush. Cattle blush emoji. Wow. Wow. Hello. Hello. We are starting. I am taking some calls. Let me just take a look here. We got a little bit of time. Right now I'm just vibing. Yeah, we got some time. We're just chilling. Say hello in chat. I want to say hello to you back. Should I be on TikTok? I feel like I should be on TikTok. Let's go ahead and be on TikTok. The TikTok, I've noticed, man, it really does require like a special, like you have to give it the kid gloves. 55 says, "How are you doing, Amender?" I'm doing great. Doing fabulous. I feel like if I go live on TikTok, it's going to be like an additional thing that I have to worry about. And I don't think I'm going to do that actually. Because like there's too much stuff that I'm already like moving stuff around. So yeah, I think I'm not going to do the TikTok live. Calcrapper says, "Hello nerds," shuffles his magic deck. You know, I used to be into Magic the Gathering. I built a red deck that it relatively consistently wins within turn 4 on just a random shuffle. And I was very proud of that. Albeit, I've seen some decks that are like literally turn 2. And I was like, why even have a Magic deck if you just like win turn 2? Like I watched like somebody have, I think it was like a flying infect artifact deck. Unironically, this dude hit me with a double strike flying infect 5/5 by turn 2, and I was dead. I was like, what? I was like, what? That's wild. So I couldn't beat that guy. Let's see. Calcrapper says, "I played in the mid 90s, stopped and got back into it again recently." Okay. I was hearing that apparently the card stock isn't as good, which I really hope that is not the case. Rainbow Ash says, watch Kent not show up. Maybe, but I can't imagine that he would not show up. I think he wants the attention. You know, just like me, you know, we both want the attention. Cowcrapper says, yeah, there's some super ultra rare, ultra cheese decks that are like turn 1 even. Yeah. Like, it's like, why even play at that point, right? Like these people playing like some Ornithopter. Mac says, oh man, Kent Hovind, right? That's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, bruh, Kent Hovind, like of all people. By the way, we are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. If you guys want to have a conversation, we can do so. A debate, a discussion, whatever you will. We got a little bit of time. We're just kind of chilling. Calcrapper says, the card stock is definitely thinner than it used to be, but the cards behave very similarly. That concerns me. Like, Magic cards are not cheap. And I would imagine, I would want my cards to be very high quality, and hearing that they're thinner than they used to be, that's weird. I hope they're still good though. Like they don't like bend over time. Kenthoven, my God, this will be fun, I think. I think so. I think it's going to be a good time. I've got a killer intro and a killer question for him. Mac says, oh yeah, he is not scared to debate. That is correct. He absolutely loves to debate. He debates all the time. This guy has been arguing young earth creationism longer than I've been alive. I am 36 years old. Okay. So this is like a true OG of like the debate space. And I can only hope that, you know, I do okay here. I think I've watched a lot of his videos. I remember watching years ago a lot of the debunks of Kent Hovind, from Aaron Ra to Professor Dave Explains, to, you know, watching him on Modern Day Debate and all sorts of crazy, you know, just watching lots and lots of that. So I imagine that I'm well versed. Like, guys, take a drink. Anytime he says, actually, you know, I don't want to kill my audience. I don't want to kill you guys. You guys will die if you follow this. So don't take a drink. Take a drink responsibly. But once you hit the limit, just stop. Just stop. Where he says, well, you think that you came out of a rock. I'm waiting for that. I am waiting for that. Come on. How is he? He's absolutely going to say that. He says that in almost all of his debates. It's like, you think you came out of a rock. Trap him and don't let him use the word kinds. Actually, for my argument, it doesn't matter. If I let him, because he's never going to define kinds. He is never, in the 36 years of him debating, has he ever definitively defined kind. So it's fine. I know he's going to weasel out of it, but specifically the debate prompt is, being that, let me pull it up. I forgot it already. I want to make sure I get the wording exactly correct for the debate prompt, because it's pretty specific what needs to be done. Okay. Evolution provides a better explanation for the origin and diversity of life than creationism. So there will be, I can let him have the word kind. That actually does not prevent me from debating him at all. Nor does it weaken my point at all to let him get away with kind. He's never going to define kind, so I'm not even going to bother with that. Cowcrapper says, yeah, you could sidestep the kinds thing for sure. Rubik's knows my intro. They know exactly what I'm, and it's good to have you, Rubik's. Hello, welcome. I'm taking an energy drink, so that way I'm full of energy, ready to go for this debate. Mac says, so it's about evolution then? Yes. So it's basically explaining what is the... Hey, we got Paint Slayer just joining in saying FTFE raid based and raid pilled. Thank you. Thank you guys. Welcome. We're going to be debating, we're going to be debating, Kent Hovind, which is wild. We got Jaybird Max joining in, giving us a salute. Yes, I salute. Wish me luck. Let's see. It's a Rubik says the Flurf ran away. Oh my goodness. FTFE.
Did I just get a membership?
Hey, yo, Emperor Fat Ass Dogs just became member for 4 months level. He is in fact, truly a soy boy supporter. You know, I may disagree with Emperor Fat Ass Dogs all the time, and we have calls and conversations. By the way, the calls are live. You can call in if you guys want to call in and have a discussion. If you guys have any advice for the Kent Hovind debate. I don't know why it does that twice. It just does that twice. I've just come to accept that it's just like that. I try to make it short. Doesn't Hovind's son make some cringe young earth creationist videos and stuff? Yes, he does. He does. Rainbow Ash says, 1stAmender, you got this. Thank you. Thank you for the faithfulness behind that. That's very nice of you. James saying, welcome all. Welcome everybody. Welcome new members. If you guys are new here, consider a sub. If you, I'm a smaller, well, I don't like to say that I'm a small YouTuber anymore. As soon as I hit 1K subs, I was like, okay, I'm no longer a small YouTuber. I'm just a YouTuber at this point. And so I don't like to downplay, I guess, that we've been growing over time. So I think that this is going to work out. Witch joining in. Hey, Witch, how you doing? Saying Hage 50. What's up, James? How's it going, Rainbow? Saying hello to the usuals. Thank you. Thank you very much. Very, very cool. Very cool. Normally during these times, I end up like playing a game or something, but I think I'm just going to read some comments for a little while. By the way, if you guys send a super chat, with a question that you want to ask Kent Hovind or me, either or, if you send a super chat, I will ensure that your chat gets read at the end of the debate. So if you do send a super chat, anything that you want to ask Kent, then would glad to hear what you have to say. Let's see. Emperor Fat Ass Dog says, yeah, I don't like your views either, but you're still cool. My views are very progressive, and I like progressive. Paint Slayer saying, you look normal size to me. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I couldn't appreciate that more. I really do. It has been, I must tell you, it has been a climb. I mean, clawing my way up, and not without a great deal of challenge, I must say. And I still have a lot of challenges ahead of me. So, wish me luck, of course. Let's see here. Emperor Fat Ass Dog saying that he's been debating bigger YouTubers lately. Who have you been debating? I'm curious. Mac says, if Kent Hovind makes personal attacks and ad homs, I will shave my head. I am going to shave my head now because I was going to anyways. LOL. Yes, he does have a habit of doing some personal attacks. I'm going to actually avoid personal attacking because everybody knows, they know it's like, well, yeah, you beat your wife and yeah, you dodge taxes. We could go over some of that stuff, but that has been just hammered into him over and over. And all he's going to say is like, actually, that's an ad hominem, so we're just going to avoid that. I want to address the point, right? Like what is better at determining I would say the variety of species that exist on planet Earth. So that's where I'm at with it. Let's see. Why is Paint Slayer asking, why is he such a simpleton? As in Hovind. Hovind, I'm not sure exactly if he legitimately believes it, or if he's just like lying. Because it's totally possible that he's just a liar, and he's just grifting for it. But at the same time, he's been doing it for so long, which makes me go, is it a lie? I don't know. It's kind of hard to like lie for that long. I mean, the guy has been, how long has he been doing debates? Longer than I've been alive. Like, I could find videos from like the 1980s of this guy showing up to some evangelical church and proselytizing. Like, bruh, that is so long. This guy has been doing it for way longer than me. Let's see here. Cowcrapper says, kangaroos, why do they live in like Australia and stuff? Boom. Proof. Young Earth creationist is stupid. Yeah, you know what? That's one thing that I wanted to mention. I was like, okay, hold on. There's like koalas in Australia, right? And koalas only eat eucalyptus. So what exactly did they do? Did they like just like collect a bunch of the eucalyptus leaves and made like a giant raft and then swam over the Pacific Ocean, high-fived Noah, and then got on the boat and then high-fived him as they got off, and then they like swam back on eucalyptus leaves? Like, I don't understand that. Like, what exactly is he saying? Rainbow Ash says, Kent wears Hawaiian shirts all the time, doesn't he? Yes, he does. He always wears Hawaiian shirts. Hawaiian shirts are comfy. I can't blame him. They're just comfortable. Like, have you ever worn like a nice Hawaiian shirt where it's just like really, really smooth? But yes, Kent does wear Hawaiian shirts. Cowcrapper says, koalas definitely high-fived Noah. That's pretty funny. That's pretty good. Paint Slayer says, yes, Ash, I think he even has one with his own head on it. Cowcrapper saying the imagery of koalas high-fiving a bearded old man is amazing. I gotta finish this energy drink. I need the energy. Okay, Cowcrapper. Sorry. Rainbow Ash saying, I was just making sure that I was thinking of the right guy. Yep, you are thinking of the right guy. That's him, Kent Hovind, old Kent. We could watch an old Kent video. Should we watch an old Kent video and just kind of debunk it live? What do you guys think? Should we debunk it live or just read some chats for a while? And by the way, if you do send a super chat with a question on it, I will deliver that to Kent Hovind and have him answer the question. So I would appreciate if you guys do send a super chat, make it a good one. Ask him some legitimate pointed questions, because I would like to hear what you guys have to ask Kent. And I have my notepad, so I'll be able to read it out for you. Let's see. I wonder if the intelligent design argument will come up. 100%. With 100% certainty, it will come up. He's going to say, that commonality just results in a common designer. In the water. By the way, chances are, yeah, take a drink. Anytime he says water weird, he's going to say water. He's going to do it. He's going to go in the water. I don't know why he says it that way, but every debate that I've seen him, he's always pronounced water like water. So take a drink anytime you see that. And by the way, once you've reached your limit, stop drinking, okay? Because I'm telling you, if you take a drink for every time he brings up the stuff that I'm saying that he's going to bring up, you guys will be dead. So I would like my fans to not be dead. I would like them to be around later on. AWOL, just join. What's up, AWOL? We got our usuals here. What's up, AWOL? James is here. AWOL is here. 50 is here. We've got Forever Rain saying, do you know how to defend against specified complexity? What do you mean by specified complexity? His enunciation can be kind of weird at times. Must be a regional weirdness. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know anybody that says like water that way. Like even in his area, like this dude is in Florida. Sloppy Second says, Sup, AWOL. What are your thoughts on who will have better arguments? Oh, come on. Come on. You think Kent's going to have good arguments? This dude is going to just parrot the same stuff you've heard a million times. A million times. AWOL saying, greetings, 1stAmender. Hello, greetings. Forever Rain says, you should probably look that up. If you're saying by specified complexity, are you referring to like I think they like to bring up the motors like that exist on flagella with bacteria, and they're like, look, it's like a motor. I'm like, no, it's not like a motor. It's it's a literal chemical makeup that results in the flagella to spin, but it's not a motor. In terms of like a specified complexity, if it were not functional, then and it was deleterious, it would cause them to die. So I hope that like evolutionarily, but with that being said, none of that is actually even relevant to the discussion. This is one thing that is going to happen, is that he's going to dodge a lot of like the questions as he's going to gish gallop from point to point. It's going to be a consistent derailment to the next point. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask him a very pointed question, and I'm going to keep hammering that down like really hard. And if he doesn't answer and he weasels out and talks about something else, I'm going to go right back to the same question. So I'm going to try to do my best to get him to answer the question. And I don't want to kind of give it away now, but I have it written down here, and you guys are going to see an interesting PowerPoint presentation that I have been working on. It took hours to work on this PowerPoint presentation, by the way. It took a while. Hey, we got a phone call. You're on the line with 1stAmender.
Hi, 1stAmender. Good to talk to you. How are you doing today?
Hey, can I get your name?
Yeah, it's Zuko.
Zuko? Okay, Zuko,
Yeah,
what would you
Zuko.
like to talk about?
Yeah, I wanted to clear some stuff up about evolution and see if I have the right understanding.
Okay.
So, when people talk about evolution, they say that it's random, right? This is a lot of what the conservatives say, that it's a random process, and that because of that, they sort of dismiss the entire theory. But what I counter with a lot of the times is that the environment chooses what survives, what traits survive. Is that an act of what happens? I mean, as far as
So the genes are random, but the selection is not.
sorry about that. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Did you hear what I said?
It slightly cut out.
Yeah,
Can you
so
say
the
that again?
genes are random, but the environment is not. The selection is not.
Okay, right. So, like for example, blue eyes are a form of I guess social evolution, right? Because the mutation happened randomly, and socially we said, we like we like
I think
the
like
change.
isn't like blue eyes, that's like just one, that's like one particular allele frequency.
Okay, okay. So is it accurate to say that there is um there is a form of randomness involved, but the environment makes it sort of neutralizes that randomness. Well, what
The
I mean by
environment
that is
selects, right? So that's the non-random part, but the gene is random.
okay. So, for example, like polar bears or something like that, the the icy environment made white, white fur, um, white. white fur was chosen as a trait to last in that environment. Did the white fur come out of a random mutation?
Uh, I would say so. Yes, I would have to look up specifically how polar bears gained white fur.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. It's just every time I get into these discussions with conservatives, they like to say that
Yeah.
because it's random, you can't predict um,
Okay,
future.
I have it right here. It turns out that yes, it was actually a rapid adaptation from brown bears to thrive and hunt in Arctic condition. Through natural selection, lighter colored, isolated brown bears better camouflaged against snow, allowing them to efficiently hunt seals, while their hollow, pigment-free fur provides both insulation and white appearance. It was actually a very rapid evolution, emerging from brown bears less than 480,000 years ago. Polar bears separated relatively recently and as quickly as they adapted to colder, ice covered, often dark environments. Cool.
Okay, so with regards to polar bears, it was actually a rather quick adaptation.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I saw your previous debate on Speakeasy, and yeah, you said something along the lines of evolution is just adaptation over a long period of time. Is that somewhat accurate?
It's obviously more complex than that, but rather than me like rattle off like 5 or 6 separate things, it was better to just bring that up as quickly as possible and get over with it.
Right. Okay. Yeah, you provided an analogy that I thought made a lot of sense. Something along the lines of taking steps, um, taking small steps to reach, a larger goal.
Yes.
Something along those lines. And yeah, yeah, you were really aggressive, and I like that. I like that you didn't let these, you know, dumb fuck people like that Jack guy. What was his name? Kung Fu something.
Kung Fu Joe.
Um,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. No, I've seen him debate, and he's just always rude and goes for ad homs whenever. I don't think I've seen a debate where he doesn't ad hom, where he's not the first to ad
Yeah.
hom. And yeah, I like how you handle him, and yeah, I just wanted to sort of clear some questions that I had, and wish you luck tonight.
Oh,
You know,
appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you. Was there any question you wanted me to bring up to Kent?
um, I'll I'll send a super chat in. Yeah.
Sounds good. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Have a good night. Have
Peace.
a good one.
And if you're not subscribed, please do me a favor, hit that subscribe button. I appreciate y'all very much for joining in on this debate night. It's going to be fun, guys. I'm really excited. Let's take a look here. Polar bears have hollow straw-like fur. They do. They're very cool. It's actually a really good way that they are able to retain their body heat. But specifically, we can go over like the particular like polar bear fur. Let's see if we can pull it up. Yeah, this is very interesting. It turns out that the polar bear fur is actually see-through. But let's take a look here. So it shows, let me get Chrome up. Yeah, so here it appears that we have a diagram of polar bear fur. Translucent hairs allow heat from the sunlight to reach the skin, and reflected light appears white, and it appears that they have some guard hair with some under hair, and trapped air retaining body heat, as well as hollow chambers that core of the guard hairs trap heat. Fascinating. That's pretty cool stuff. Translucent fur with black skin to absorb the heat from the sun. Nobody watched Lost in here. Sighs, says AWOL. Dang. Sorry, AWOL. I'm so sorry. Cowcrapper says, polar bears scaring me. They're kind of scary, aren't they? They're a little scary. We've got about an hour before we are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. If you guys want to call in and have a discussion, we can do so. I'm not playing any video games right now. Normally, between calls, I like to play video games. I just decided, hey, let's keep it centered away from the games for now. And if anybody wants to call in and have a discussion, we can do so. And, you know, I'm looking forward to this debate with Kent. JI99A James says, it's as if the polar bear was made to do that. So that presumes an anthropomorphization, which is incorrect. It also kind of doesn't discount the fact that, like, there's no evidence to show that, right? And the fact that roughly 480,000 years ago is when the brown bear separated from the polar bear. So we can track fossil records and look back and observe buried beneath the ice, I would say, would be brown bears. Rainbow Ash says, it's as if the polar bears evolved with the cold environment. Yes, correct. Forever Rain says, which I am not aware of particles or the way thermodynamics follow a system of rules. You know, this was actually something that I wanted to bring up for my debate. Half-lives. Dude, half-lives are incredible. Like uranium half-lives is like this amazing thing. But with that being said, I was like, I ended up not choosing half-lives as the thing that I was going to talk about because I think that there's an even more pointed thing that I can reference that's much worse. And the other problem is that we're talking about the diversity of life, not necessarily the age of the earth. So U-235 to lead half-life conversion is it was not like appropriate, I think. So I changed it to something else. And it's, believe it or not, it's not evolution. It's not even evolution. Let's see. Rubik says, at 1stAmender, the fact that lead exists is evidence for an old Earth. Yes, that's correct. That is correct. I could probably go over the computation. First, what time does the actual debate start? It starts in about an hour. Maybe a little less than an hour. But yeah, let's take a look at this real quick. So this is the exponential decay of, it's like a logarithmic decay of uranium to lead, and there's like a very, very specific pathway that this happens. So I'll show you like chemically how it works. So I don't, by the way, I am not a chemist at all. In fact, I know very little chemistry, but basically the path goes as follows. Where you have uranium into thorium into protactinium, and it basically follows this path in a logarithmic scale until it reaches stable lead. You can see it's right here, PB. But anyway, so basically what happens is that by an X period of time, whatever that period of time is, and this is true for just about any, for all particles or all atoms in the universe, that they eventually decay and degrade, and it's a probabilistic decay that is extremely consistent across all forms of matter. Daniel Hume popping into the chat saying, only if you had a chemist to appeal to. If only. Where is he? Do you want to hop on the call real quick? No, so basically, like, I didn't want to address this. We got Ray saying, good luck first. Welcome, Ray. Hello. Welcome. What 2118 says, as our ancestors originally descended from Africa, why can't we all identify as Africans? It would be much more inclusive. Kind of true. Douglas Paxson says evolution is a lie. Ooh, oof, oof. Big L. Big L. Big L, Douglas. Big L. Anyway, so if we look at the computation here, under conditions where no lead loss or gain from outside the environment has occurred. So, okay, this is really important, right? Where you have no lead loss or gain. So it turns out that in the past, we had put lead in gasoline. And so when we would burn it, lead would be in the air. And so lead would land onto rocks on the ground and basically make it seem like that the rocks are way older than they actually are. So you have to ensure that if you do plan on doing this computation, that it is not coming from, say, like a volcanic area where the lead to uranium concentration ratios can change radically, like through smelting, or things that have been on the surface. You kind of want to avoid it. And you usually have to grab multiple samples and kind of get an average out of the sample set. So it has to be buried deep underground, not exposed to oxygen, in order to get an accurate number. So under the condition where there is no lead loss or gain from the outside environment has occurred, the age of zircon can be calculated by assuming an exponential decay of uranium. So that is this notation here. So where N is U, the number of uranium atoms measured now, and N0 is the number of uranium atoms originally, equal to the sum of the uranium and lead atoms of uranium plus lead measured now. And this lambda U here is the decay rate of uranium. This, by the way, this decay rate is very, very old. It is a very old decay rate. And there's some pretty complex math to determining that exact decay rate, but basically we're able to determine with a very high degree of certainty the exact logarithmic decay. And then T is the age of the zircon in which one wants to determine. So basically we're going to find out T to effectively figure out the age of said rock, right? And this is based on some very, very fundamental physics. If this doesn't work, then things like nuclear power plants no longer work, and things like the nuclear bomb wouldn't work. Half-lives need to work in order for this aging to work. And note, we have done so many experiments to try to like accelerate or decelerate this natural clock. It is impossible. We have blasted it with gamma rays. We've thrown it underwater. We've put a ton of pressure on it. We've done virtually everything, introduced all sorts of different gases to it to see if we could get it to accelerate or decelerate. We tried lighting it on fire. It does not change the decay rate no matter what situation it is in. And so, if you look right here, yeah. So again, you have to also make sure that it has not been introduced to the air, because obviously we had put lead in the air a long time ago. So that's effectively, so what we find is that there are fossils, transitionary fossils, that date millions and millions of years. So this is just an example of where we know that the Earth is not young. You cannot account for the fact of all of the uranium to lead ratios. The oldest instances of lead to uranium ratios was found at 4.5 billion years old. Now, here's what's really cool about that, right? We went to the moon And we did the same thing to the rocks on the moon. And do you know what age we got out of the rocks from the moon? It wasn't 4.5 billion years old. It was 4.543 billion years old. We literally went to the moon and got virtually the same number. Think about that for a second. We went to so different a source, and there it is. And then we also did the same thing with the asteroid belt. And we got the same exact age. It's 4.543 billion years old. This is why we know the solar system, by the way, as long as that you're measuring something on the same perturbation. What I mean by perturbation is the orbits. If it is on the same plane of orbits, then you're going to get very similar numbers. 4.543 billion years old. Yapaholic says, but did we really go to the moon? Yes, we 100% did go to the moon. It's funny though. The fact that we had rocks that had specific decay ratios and had specific chemical makeups that would be akin to being in an area of no atmosphere for billions of years was a strong indicator that, yeah, that came from the moon. Even Russia had to acknowledge that man stepped on the moon to the Americans. Trust me, they wanted to disprove America. They did. They wanted to say America didn't actually go to the moon. They had an incentive, but even they had to acknowledge that that the United States had been to the moon because they showed the lunar rocks, and the lunar rocks are available even to this day. JI99A James says rules that have to be closely followed to make sure that the watch accurately tells time. Yeah, I mean, like, imagine like if you wanted to tell the time, you would check a watch, but if somebody like messed with the watch handles, then obviously you can't trust the watch if you knew that somebody messed with the watch handles. Or what if like you knew for a fact that the watch was off, you know? Let me see here. Let me see. Forever Rain says, James, then why do watches become wrong? Funny. Bobro says, not to land, but did anyone see the Dark Side Artemis 2 is the farthest humans have been, not robots, but humans. Yes, very cool. Coriolis Tony says, I do not think we've been to the moon, to each their own. So even if you presume that humans have not been to the moon, we still have been able to collect moon rocks with lunar landers. So you don't actually need to physically be at the moon. We do have access to moon rocks. And indeed, the moon rocks are 4.543 billion years old. Same exact thing with the asteroid belt, 4.543 billion years old. In fact, if we measure the rocks on any area that has the same perturbation as that of the solar system, it's the same. It's 4.543 billion years old. It is incredibly accurate, the uranium to lead concentration ratios. What 2018 says, we could use a laser to bounce off the reflector on the moon. Flat earthers should try it one day. Yes, there is in fact a reflector on the moon. It is available. Also, you can actually physically see the, if you have a good enough telescope, the landing site of the Apollo missions, where Neil Armstrong stepped on the moon. You could still see the tracks to this day. J99A James says, the point is something doesn't come from nothing. So the problem that I have with that is that this presumes an anthropomorphism of that which exists beyond space-time. And so I think that is a bit of leap of logic, because already, like, assuming inanimate objects is silly to assume an anthropomorphization. If I remove space-time, why would I presume an anthropomorphism? Whatever it is would be entirely foreign to us. We wouldn't even know what we're looking at. So, like, you could say something doesn't come from nothing, but the next step is, where's the anthropomorphization? Rainbow Ash accurately saying, I do not think it comes from nothing. I just don't think nothing ever existed. That's probably true. In fact, the current most latest math supports Big Bounce theory. Rainbow Ash says the universe is eternal, likely Big Bounce, Big Crunch, cyclical universe. Yes, very possible. Forever Rain says saying the universe requires laws is the same as saying that things need someone to tell things to be what they are instead of not. Things just are. It would be absurd to say things and what they are and what they are not. Very true. James, you do not even know what nothing is, says Forever Rain. Calling out James. AWOL says, no, nothing is not something. Nothing is the absence of something. Like, go beyond just there being nothing there. Imagine there being no time. Like, no fabric of reality that allows the bubbling of nanoparticles to exist. That's what nothing really would be. What 2118 says, cosmology is a science working in progress. There are countless of ideas how the universe came. I actually am not even going to be bringing up cosmology for the debate because we are talking about evolution to Kent Hovind. 50, talking to James. James saying, look at the order and design of the universe. Design presumes an anthropomorphization of that which exists beyond space-time. I reject that as a premise. Forever Rain says, then what are you talking about, AWOL? If you nothing not anything, then what are you talking? Wait, what? Big Bang, Big Crunch is called Big Bounce theory. The Big Bang still happened. Yes, correct. It is correct. By the way, if you guys are new here, you guys are just tuning in, hit the like button if you guys like this kind of content, and hit subscribe if you're not subscribed yet. By the way, if you guys want me to ask a question at the end of the debate to Kent Hovind, send a super chat, in which case I will ensure that I have that read out to you. I guarantee you that I will read out your question. You just have to send any amount of super chat, and I will promise to read it for to Kent, provided he doesn't leave early. Hopefully he doesn't leave early. I'm going to say, hey, wait, we got some questions. I'm going to really be pressing him. Park the Car says it's super dense because the energy was made up of quark gluon plasma. Yes, correct. That is correct. Rainbow Ash saying Big Bang, another orgy already? Let's go, chat. Woo, big orgy. Awolthoughts says, I think this should be easy to solve. What is the definition of nothing? The absence of something. Sure. That's off the top of my head anyway. The Big Bang said, let there be light. Yeah, it actually turns out that the person who came up with the Big Bang was in fact a theologian. And that it was entirely consistent. I once again have no idea why Christians are so anti Big Bang. Despite the fact that like I don't see why that it couldn't be like, they couldn't just presume God there. I mean, instead of like doubting like the Big Bang, I guess. What 2118 says, as far as I know, there is nothing in our universe. Empty space still contains fields. Yes, correct. Correct. So what does nothing mean? Like the absence of space-time? Like the field of space-time? Christians think God made everything out of nothing. Atheists generally don't think something came out of nothing. Yes, it's quite often it is a presumption. It is a where it is projection of their own. I guarantee you that Kent Hovind is going to say, you think that humans came from rocks. And, you know, you have to ask yourself, like, wait, that's what you think. Like your Bible says that. Clobberclue saying, hello, 1stAmender. Hello. Glad to have you here. Yepaholics says, if a squirrel falls out of a tree and it hurts his nuts, why is it raining outside? The answer, Tuesday. Okay. Projection is a great word. Yes, it is just projection. Like he says, you think that humans came out of a rock, but literally if you read your Bible, it says that humans it was made out of the clay and the breath of life was poured into them. Local admin saying the set that contains the times at which that there was nothing is empty. Yes. Yes, that would be correct. Coriolis Tony says, when will space travel be a normal thing in our lives? I think never. So there's actually like a really big problem with space travel, and it's specifically the amount of energy that is required to escape like the velocity or the gravitational pull of Earth. And for the more fuel that you have, the more energy you need to get that fuel up there. And so it's like kind of a catch-22 where it's like, okay, we need more energy, add more fuel. Okay, now we weigh more. Now we need more energy, more fuel, more energy, more fuel. We're heavier, more energy, more fuel. We're heavier, more energy, more fuel. And so there's basically like a capping off point where it's like, with hundreds of tons of, of fuel, you can only get like a few tons up to space. So that's kind of the problem of making it practical for other people. I've heard things like, I don't know, like a space elevator, but right now, like the ribbon required to make the space elevator it would be too much. Like there would be no way to actually make something that strong. So we do not have any known way to do it in a cheap way. Let's see. That reminds me of a movie you watched recently called Passengers. I've not seen Passengers. Is it a good movie? I'm always looking for good new movies. Passengers, 2016 film. Says American science fiction romance film directed by Morton Tildum. Is it good? And by the way, if you guys are new here and you are not subscribed, do consider subscribing. I appreciate y'all very much for joining in. This is a very special time. We're going to be able to have some fabulous debates. And for those that miss it, you're going to see it looks like we have a question from Anthony Blinking saying, did God give me, a man, nipples or did I evolve them? So, is that a question for for Kent Hovind? Kent Hovind questions. I would say that you evolved nipples. There's not enough, I guess, like sexual dimorphism that would prevent men having nipples. And so as a result would grow nipples. We are mammary. We're mammals. And so we all have, either receded mammary glands or the prominent mammary glands, depending if you're male or female. I will go ahead and ask that question to Kent Hovind, though. If you guys do want to ask a question for Kent Hovind by the end of the debate, then super chat me your question, and I will ensure that I get it read. Which says, it's a short story, Amender. The Last Question. It's so good. The Last Question. That's a movie. Let's look that up. Short film. The Last Question. Cool. Let's see here. We have Ancient Drag saying, who is Kent Hovind? Never heard of him. Ooh, boy. Let's pull up the for those who are not aware who Kent Hovind is. All right. So this is his Wikipedia. He has a Wikipedia. And I'll read it out to you. Kent E. Hovind is an American young earth creationist and tax protester. His ministry focuses on the denial of accepted scientific knowledge in the fields of biology, evolution and abiogenesis, geophysics, and cosmology in favor of a literalist interpretation of the Genesis creation narrative found in the Bible. Hovind's views which combine elements of creation science and conspiracy theory, are dismissed by the scientific community as fringe theory and pseudo-scholarship. Answers in Genesis, a fundamentalist organization advocating young Earth creationism, openly criticized him for continued use of discredited arguments abandoned by others in the movement. Hovind established creation science evangelism in 1989 and Dinosaur Adventureland in 2001 in Pensacola, Florida. He frequently spoke on young Earth creationism in schools, churches, debates, and on radio, television broadcasts. His son, Eric Hovind, took over the operation of the creation science evangelism after Hovind began serving a 10-year prison sentence in January of 2007 for federal convictions for failing to pay taxes, obstructing federal agents, and structuring cash transactions. In September of 2021, Hovind was convicted of domestic violence against his estranged wife. So that's who we're debating. We're going to be debating this guy. I'm not going to mention any of that stuff, by the way. The personal attacks. I'm not going to do that. We're just going to discuss the topic. I'm going to do my best to not ad hom him. Which 0122 says, sometimes wake up denying evolution and creation and think that this is a simulation and I am waiting for Trinity to pull me out and fight off a bunch of Agent Smiths. Dude, I gotta tell you, like, the amount of delusion. Ooh, phone call. You're on the line with 1stAmender.
What's up, First?
What up, AWOL?
Same old, same old. Look, I called to wish you well on your debate tonight.
Hell yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Now, you know that I'm actually rooting for him to stomp your teeth in.
You think? Really?
I hope you do well. Really? Well, of course. You already know what my beliefs are. But I'm not
Are you a
calling to
young
debate
Earth
that.
creationist?
Is that what the prompt is?
The prompt is, and I'll give it to you. Hold on. I got to pull it up on Outlook. I'm going to write it down on my notes.
Yeah, that might be important.
Yeah. I mean, I have it prepared. I have everything prepared. So I don't
well, no, actually that's
okay,
good because before
so the question
you
is,
didn't prepare before, so that's good.
No, yeah, I'm very well prepared this time. The question is, evolution provides a better explanation for the origin and diversity of life than creationism. Do you honestly believe that creationism provides a better explanation than evolution?
I do.
Okay, well, you're in for a treat for my intro then. I would really love to see how you're going to deal understanding my intro. I think, can I just say, I think a very high probability. Coriolis Tony donating $4.99 USD saying, what does Kent Hovind think of his Wikipedia page? I will add that to the list. You will get that question read out. If you guys don't know, any amount, it could be as little as $1. I will ensure that I try to get that question read out for you at the end of the debate. Okay. I will hold his feet to the fire and be like, wait, I got questions. There were questions. People spend money on questions for Kent Hovind. Anyway. So AWOL, yeah, I think like post, my intro, if you are not an evolutionist, I would be astonished. I think my intro is so solid that there's going to be very little wiggle room here.
All right, cool beans. Well, no shade thrown at all. I look forward to actually hearing that.
Appreciate it.
And wait, there were two other things. They were quick though. What was it? I know what it was. You're pretty much sure you can win this debate, correct?
Yeah. Well,
right.
Okay, hold on. So just so you're aware, right? Kent Hovind, he's been debating longer than I've been alive.
I know that.
And he is known for really, really bad faith tactics. You're going to find that he's going to gish gallop a lot. And I'm going to need to like really ensure that he answers one question at a time. And I write down what he has to say because he's going to go all sorts of different directions.
What platform is this going to occur on?
This is on the Speakeasy podcast.
Oh, good. Speakeasy. Who is Speakeasy the mod himself tonight?
Yeah.
Okay, that'll go good.
Which means there will be no.
All right. Well, last but not. All right. Well, last but not least, all I'm going to say is that don't do the crash out thing at the end. Like, try your best not to just lose all your composure. That's all I'm asking.
I'll try. I can't guarantee that, but I will try. An
All right,
effort
cool
will
beans.
be
I
made.
wish you luck, man.
As long as he's like, I don't know, he's not like insulting me directly, I think it'll be all right.
Okay.
I kind of know what to expect, so I'm not
bar.
too worried.
All right, cool beans then. First, go back, enjoy your stream then, man. I wish you luck.
Appreciate it, AWOL. Thank you.
Later.
By the way, we still got a little bit of time for some questions. Still got time for some calls. You can call in 202-998-5218 if you guys want to have a discussion. We can do so. We still got what? Another 30 minutes? 30 minutes we've got. Let's see. I still get stupid videos after their opinions in my For You page. Dang. Let's see here. AWOL says, I am back, and before you ask, no, I'm not making any arguments in here yet. What? 2118? Oh, phone call. You're on the line with 1stAmender.
Hey, good afternoon. First, how's it going, man?
Hey, Rob, how you doing?
I'm all right.
You know, I always have like as soon as someone calls, because of how much trolling that I end up getting, I have my my finger over the hang up button. So where it's like instantaneous hang up, you know?
You should. As you should.
Yeah.
Good job. Good thing.
And so like, but as soon as I know that it's like you or AWOL, I relax, remove my hand off of the hang up, you know?
Oh, that's why you're always so excited to hear from me.
Yeah, I'm like,
safe
oh, thank
call.
goodness. I can relax.
A safe call. All right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Because you know what happens,
Hey,
right? They just go, like at the end, they blast the N-bomb. I'm like, bruh, what's wrong with you?
Hey, I called to check out the debate promptly at 7, but I see it's going to be at 8, but I'm wishing you luck.
Heck yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, but I did have one issue. Oh, a few things I want to say. First off, let me say that what you're doing right now is so much more entertaining and engaging.
Then playing video
Talking
games?
to the people. Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe not for you. I mean, yes, because you're engaging the chat, and the chat is getting much more feedback. You're going back and forth. You're bouncing a lot more ideas, a lot more topics than just you having to try to carry the show thinking and things to post to put up. People are giving you what to talk about. It's already there for you.
You know, that's good advice, actually, Rob. What don't know?
Yeah,
Hey, yo,
yeah.
we just got $5 from It's a Rubik saying, question for Kent. Jesus spoke in parables. If the Bible is the word of God and Jesus is God, why can't Genesis also be a parable?
Because Jesus didn't speak it.
I don't know how he would address, how Kent would address that question. So that's a good question.
I mean, but they said that Jesus spoke in parables. That's not Jesus speaking.
I mean, I would imagine, me personally, obviously the reason is that there's just different authors.
Well, just like how it's, the original Bible in Hebrew is a lot less sexist than the Bible in English is.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just, people are people,
Yeah.
We are who we are. We suck, pretty much, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I said, this is much more engaged. You get a lot more topics. Boom.
Okay.
I like
I'll
it
keep
much
that in
better.
mind. Maybe next time I'll do more.
And then maybe you can say, hey, we're going to do some gaming tonight. A special, once in a while. Boom, you want to talk about your games and do it that way. That way they can still reach that community.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. But also, I don't know if you recall this, but the couple of weeks ago, we were talking about how the boom of tourism, birthism, touring, coming and getting citizenship and leaving.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there's an actual show called The Americans. You ever seen it?
Yeah. I've not
Outstanding
seen
show,
it. No,
correct?
I'm sorry. Let me repeat that. I've
You heard
not
of it.
seen that. No.
Oh, it's an outstanding show. You should watch it. Forget for whatever the topic debate is. It's an outstanding show.
Okay.
Great show. However, this show is based on an actual story. The difference being they based the Americans on the 80s, but it was a lot more. I think it was like in the 2000s that it actually happened. Not to say that it didn't happen prior, but this is when it was discovered. So if you think, if we know, we know it was happening prior, then all of a sudden there's a boom in Russian immigrants coming here, having children, and leaving. What makes us think that since it's already happened, why wouldn't this be a concentrated effort? Now, once it goes up, boom,
I mean, I don't
oh.
have a problem with immigrants, though. That's the thing.
But that's not what my question was. My question was, why do you think that since it's already happened, and now all of a sudden it happened, the mechanism for it to happen is happening a great deal, but legally, because through a loophole that we have, why would you just say, oh, well, that's just, why would they come here and leave purposely? You have to acknowledge the fact that it's a good chance that it could be.
It improves socioeconomic status to be a citizen of the United States.
No. Do you not acknowledge the fact that it could easily be something nefarious going on with that?
What?
Don't you think something nefarious could be going on with that?
The forest?
Nefarious. Yes.
No. I just think people want to make better for their lives, and so they found a way to do so. And they take advantage of that.
Again, I pointed out to you that this already had happened, that they already had people here embedded in the United States to try to, weaken us from within. But now, imagine.
No, I have no indication of that.
Well, you have that device that you always use.
What device?
Computer.
Yeah.
Is the Americans based on an actual story, or a true story, or a true event, however you want to phrase it?
All right, let me look. The Americans is not a direct documentary, but it is heavily inspired by the 2010 FBI arrest of 10 Russian sleeper agents known as the Illegals program, who were part of a deep cover spy ring in the United States. The show's premise was particularly sparked by real-life spies Elena Vevolova and Andrei Bezrukov.
Now think about that on steroids, because they aren't illegal. They're citizens. Full citizenship. So, do you have to think that all of a sudden there's a huge increase in Russians giving birth here, getting citizenship, and then leaving? Do you not see?
I mean, I think most people, they're not spies, like if that's what you're asking. I just think people genuinely want what's better for themselves and their kids, and so they have babies here.
Well, that's a question, but I asked you a question. You didn't answer mine. My question was, don't you think it's a good chance that could be something nefarious, or at least say that that's something that we need to be aware of?
No.
Or have some concern?
No.
Oh, so they've done it again where they were the illegals. Now they'll be full-fledged citizens. And we should just be like, no big. And there's a huge increase all of a sudden. We should not care.
Let me pull this up. Hold on. How many Russians have tourist babies in the USA? There's no official specific statistic of the exact number of Russian citizens who engage in birth tourism in the U.S. annually, but it's considered a significant growing trend. While estimates of total foreign tourism range up to 36,000 people annually, Russian-specific high-end baby tours, places in like Miami, are popular, with individual agencies assisting hundreds annually. So if you're talking about hundreds or thousands, and we're talking about 10 Russian sleeper agents, venture to say pretty rare.
What we talked about was 10 Russian. That was what actually happened in the past. Now they're showing you that there's been an increase in Russian Russians being born here. They're full citizenship, but they've been raised in Russia. We have no way to account for what they've done, what they're doing, and when they come back, they're going to have full citizenship.
Okay,
That's
well,
something we
again,
should
like
not even
foreign
consider.
birth tourism is at 36,000 annually, and the specific the American story is 10 Russian sleeper agents. So
I
incredibly
said, but
rare.
no, but why would they do it
Like
differently?
what's
Why
what's
wouldn't they do
10
it
divided by
differently?
36,000, right? Like what's
No,
that probability?
No, what I'm pointing out to you, there's a huge increase. It's we had this, oh, they were illegals. Now they found us out. We can do better than that. We can just have them be completely have full citizenship legally.
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay
That-
with having birthright citizenship. Listen, I got to tell you, man, me and my family, my parents came from Chile, so, and they had me in the United States, and I became a citizen, right? Like, you're not just talking about like,
No.
you're not just talking about like the quote unquote foreign sleeper agents. You're talking about me. Like
No,
you're talking
I'm not
about,
talking
hey,
about you.
let's, well,
I'm
hold
not
on. Here's the
talking
thing,
about
right?
you.
Like, I'm not saying that you think that what you're effectively appear to be insinuating is you want the country to be more safe. And so we shouldn't have birthright citizenship. Is that correct?
What I'm saying is the difference between you and them is that when they had you here, they lived here. You lived here. You grew up here. That's what I'm pointing out. The difference is that they come over here for the express purpose to have American citizenship. 7 months, hey, let's go. Have
Okay,
the
so
baby,
I'm asking
and
you, do you think
then
that we
go
should get
back.
rid of birthright citizenship?
That's a separate issue.
That's the same issue. It's literally the same issue.
No, not get rid of is a strong word.
Okay,
Adjust
what would you want to
absolutely.
What would you want to
Adjust.
do with the birther?
Adjust it.
What?
Adjust it.
Adjust
it.
adjust what?
Adjust the fact that you can't come over here for tourists. And you can't have it if you're here illegally.
That would mean
You
you
should
want to
not
get
be
rid
here.
of birthright. Okay, if you want to address
Let
tourists,
me finish. You asked me. You asked me to answer. I'm going to answer it. If
Okay.
you're here illegally, that you should not benefit from your illegal action. So that means if you come here illegally, your child should not be a citizen.
hold on, being a
because
tourist
that
and
would
then
be
having a baby here is legal.
You're not letting me finish. I said adjust, make the adjustment. It's legal now. But this is you asked for my change. These are changes I would make. I would prefer that if you're here illegally, that you don't get to benefit from your illegal activity. You don't benefit from the illegal activity.
Okay, but there is no illegal
now-
activity in birth tourism.
But you asked me what I said. This is what I'm saying. This is the first thing I would do.
Yeah, I just don't
then-
understand what you want to do. I guess like because it's not
More
illegal.
than one, it's more than one prong. The second thing I would do is that
No.
you could come here, have a child here, whatever. No, I don't.
Yeah.
You know what? I don't even want
I
to
think-
come here.
I
After
think-
7 months pregnant.
I think, Rob, that if you give the Republicans this, where they can push back against birthright citizenship in any way, shape, and form, if you give them an inch, I believe they'll take a mile. They will. They will come up with every which way why people coming into the country legally having children should not have citizenship, but likely some second-class status that renders them with less rights than what a citizen would have. And I fundamentally reject that, considering that I myself am a product of that, and I am contributing to society.
Your parents
I
came
have
here-
no
your
reason
parents
to
came here legally?
believe that I
Your
am
parents came here legally?
incapable of contributing, and nor do I think
Your-
that we
your
should take
parents-
that away from other people who could
Your
be who
parents
could be
came
in the
here
same
legally?
situation that I was.
Your parents came here illegally.
So my parents did come in legally. So would
So
birth
they- so
tourism.
this-
They would
so
come
this
in
is not you.
legally.
So this is not you.
Okay,
So this does
but
not apply
no,
to
I'm
you.
saying that you're not addressing. I believe that if you give Republicans this concession, they'll take a mile. I believe that. It's the same
is
exact
not
thing
a
like what
concession.
happened with like the whole you know the Ron DeSantis anti-trans bill, like teaching gender affirming stuff for kindergarten to third grade. Now, initially, it seemed reasonable. It was like, well, this is banning from kindergarten to third grade. What, do you have a problem with that? And then, so nobody really was able to combat that. But as soon as that passed, he arbitrarily just went to the Supreme Court, no votes whatsoever, changed that 3 to a 12. No gender classes up for the entirety of high school. And I'm like, okay, well, but do you see what I mean? Like, you give the Republicans an inch, they're going to take a mile. I promise you that. And as soon as you start eroding away at birthright citizenship, then it's going to affect more people than just what you want it to affect.
I don't think that the possibility of things going wild should neglect a good idea. Now, as you were asking me about, what I'm saying was that if you come here as a tourist, your child should not have citizenship. You came here 7 months pregnant. That seems like a plan. No, you can't.
Have you ever heard the old quote, those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety?
Deserve neither. Yes, I have. Now,
so then what are you doing?
No, what you're not listening to what I'm saying. What I'm saying to you is that if you come over here for the express purpose to just have a child, to get citizenship and then leave, I'm suspicious.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Yeah, I know you're suspicious of it. I'm perfectly okay with, in order to maintain birthright citizenship, I look at it as very similar to, if you erode away at this, Republicans will take a mile. They will.
And I disagree. And like I said, when there's but here's my final point. But when there's a huge uptick in that from a country that is not an ally, it's from the country that their leader paid bonuses for shooting American soldiers, I don't want a swath of those guys coming here, having citizenship, and then leaving, and then coming back whenever. That doesn't sound like a good idea to me.
Yeah, no, I'm perfectly okay with it in order to preserve it. Anyway, we just have to agree to disagree. I appreciate you calling, Rob.
All right, no problem. Good luck.
See ya.
Yeah.
Let's see. It's 1732. Discussion about birthright citizenship. It looks like we got Kung Fu Joe who just joined in saying, I want to ask first if certain humans look more like apes than others. No, I believe that, no. But just FYI, with that being said, like, all humans are apes. Every first Cowardly banned me from calling in Awolthoughts. Shake my head. If you call in and you just like are super aggro, then yes, I will ban you. I'm not interested in having a nasty discussion. Honestly, Kung Fu Joe, I think my shorts, like, out of my latest shorts, you are probably one of the more popular shorts. Yeah, this one right here. This one here, I'll pull it up for everybody to see because it's a pretty funny one. This just came out of nowhere, this one. Here we go. Let's check it out. Oh, hold on. Have you ever seen the Tree of Life graphic single cell to now with emphasis on branch points of speciation?
Yeah, I've seen your monad, like, hell tree of Satan. I've seen that before, yeah.
Holy crap, you're dumb. Have you... Okay. I couldn't... Oh, okay, we're getting a message from Speakeasy. Hang tight, y'all. Let's see. Kent called out of town and me joined from cell phone? If worse comes to worse, we have to reboot. Are you okay with that? No. I've been prepping all day for this. No, call from cell phone. Call from the cell phone. No, because you banned me because you did not do well. No. Come on. Use your brain. I upload pretty much all of my debates, live calls and everything. Everybody can see it. Your shorts are you getting blown out. No. Once again, not true. I had a lot more likes than dislikes on that short that I showed you. I promise you, it's not me getting blown out. The only times where it's like I literally get blown out is anytime I like call out the Wilsons, because like their giant group of like hate watchers immediately just like flood the crap out of my stuff and then think that like I don't know, I'm like the worst person ever. But that's unironically what happens like every time, like just huge downvote ratios. But here you can take a look for yourself. Like I'm not making this up. You can see it's mostly, you know, people really liking my content. So you could see, yeah. The only times that there's like instances where there's huge downvotes is anytime like I call out like the Wilsons, because like the Andrew Wilson audience is just a much larger audience than what I have. So it doesn't surprise me that they mog me at like just ratio me into hell. Kent is a big name and you having to debate against him is going to get your name even more out there. So I want this to be a great one for you. Oh, I want him to join as well. This kind of shit happens with bigger name booking. Okay. Let's see. Ancient Dragon says that's disrespectful. Oh, yeah. Kung Fu Joe says they like me, not you. LOL. Wrong. Other way around. Other way around. You literally compared Joe. I'm sorry. It was you compared Obama and Michelle Obama and George Floyd, and you just basically like were coming up with a racist implication. It was really gross. Really, really gross. Awful. Bobro says this music slaps. Thank you. Yeah, this is Super Mario Sunshine Pinup Park Medley. Let me go. I have to use the bathroom real quick. I hope this comes on. I hope he gets on. Let me because people already donated money, man. I'll have to like save those questions if he ends up not. But he may be calling from a cell phone. Ugh. Did he not prep for this? All right, give me 1 second. All right, let's see here. Does he have to cancel? We're like 9 minutes from show. Okay, I think he's good. Okay, good. Hopefully he is good. I'm going to be entering the studio. Continue as 1stAmender. Let me actually just put on self with chat for now, just in case if it's doing anything weird. Allow mic and camera access. Allow while visiting the site. Settings. Camera's good. Standard definition. Full definition, maybe. Audio. Microphone. It's going to be the Shure MV7. Cloud 2 wireless. Yep. Echo cancellation, automatic. Do not adjust my mic volume. Holy crap! I will murder you. I'll murder you in broad daylight. Do not do that. All right, hold on. 1stAmender, enter studio.
Options, you should see
Okay.
something that says just your PowerPoint presentation. Or maybe just a window, but don't show your entire screen.
Yeah, it looks like it's got a little. Let me open up PowerPoint.
Hey, y'all.
There it is, PowerPoint. But it's all I see on my computer now is just my PowerPoint. I don't see the screen I'm sharing.
Yeah, minimize that. Go back.
Minimize my PowerPoint.
Yeah, so you can see the studio interface.
Well, then I can't go through my slides. It's got to be in presentation mode, doesn't it?
Yeah, but once you share your screen and you click on those slides, it'll ask you if you want to look at the page you're sharing or if you want to look at the studio. So you
Okay.
can just click, look at the page you're sharing. That way you'll run right along through your presentation.
Okay, I'm going back to StreamYard, and it gives me the option to select a tab to share, entire screen, window, also share tab audio. I see, I don't speak German here, brother.
Click on window and see if it shows you your PowerPoint.
Click on window. Yes, okay. It shows now I've got three options, GeForce overlay, StreamYard, and debate. So if I click debate, it's going to show share. Okay, what do you see on your end over there, neighbor?
I see. It looks like a slideshow. Like I can
Yeah.
show
Do
you
you see
here.
me?
Yeah, it's a slideshow.
see-
If I bring
Yeah,
it
yeah,
up here,
And do you see me sitting in the car in the front seat?
and I do see you as well. Yes.
Okay, is that the way we want to go?
Now you gotta go in presenter mode, Doc. Now look back at your presentation and go in presenter mode.
No, it went back to full screen again. It's taking up the
Yeah,
whole.
that's on the studio side to fix. I think they're just sharing your whole.
Yeah, we're just. Yeah, I was showing you it in big form there. What we see here on the side.
Okay, so you still see me and my slides, right?
Yeah, when I bring the slide down, you're still here on screen. Yep.
Okay, yay. All right. Now, who's the other guy I'm talking about or debating?
1stAmender. Actually, here he is. He's
Hi.
here too.
Hi. I can't see him though. How can I?
You can't see me?
No, I hear you though.
Dang.
There, he's on the StreamYard side.
You're looking at your presentation, Doc. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
They'll
So
both be up.
so what do I do to see him?
Minimize your presentation.
Oh, there we go.
The other window.
Sunglasses and headphones. All right, got him.
There
Ah,
he is.
Hang up, get ready to stream to your channels. All right.
Okay, I'm in favor of the First Amendment. I like this already. Okay, sounds great. Thank you, Joseph.
Awesome.
All right. 1stAmender. So what kind of work you do?
I'm a systems administrator.
Oh man, I barely.
Yeah, I
know
don't
what
make
a-
any money
what
on my show yet, but
Okay.
wish me luck.
Yeah.
I think I'll
How'd
get
you hear
there
about our
eventually.
ministry? How'd you hear about us down here in Lenox, Alabama?
I've heard about it. You've been around for years,
I
Ken.
know.
Yeah. So like I've always been engaged in like the debate content, and I've heard I saw the Professor Dave Explains video, and I've seen the Aaron Ra videos, and just been very engaged in that. So that's how I heard
Well,
about you.
good. Well, now, if we get you converted tonight, are you going to lose your job or anything? Or
Why would I lose my job?
That's great.
Yeah, I don't think
I guess
if I ever get converted or anything, that I think I would still keep my job. So
okay,
Perfect.
I think I'm ready. I'm ready if you guys are. Whenever.
Yeah, I think your producer's getting ready to stream it to your side as well. I don't know if he's doing it directly from the StreamYard or if he's just presenting it and streaming it to his side.
Yeah, I don't know what any of that means. I'm in Indiana now. My wife's mother's very, very sick, probably going to die soon. So
Oh,
Rough
sorry
to
to
see
hear
her.
that.
yeah, I left it early morning and drove. It's a long way from Lenox, Alabama to here.
Yeah, that is a long drive.
12 hours.
All right, and I just run you guys through how we do it. It's so we're gonna, when it starts up, it'll run like a disclaimer and a little song and video. Gives about like 3 minutes for people to gather in, and then each of you will get 10 minutes for your opening statement. Does anyone want to go first?
I would prefer he go first, but it's up to him. It doesn't matter.
Are you
Yeah, I don't
okay
mind.
with that, 1stAmender?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, so 1stAmender, you'll go first. So you'll both get 10 minutes for your opening statements, and then after the 10-minute opening statements each, you'll both get a 5 minutes of uninterrupted rebuttals to rebut directly to the opening statements. And then we do an hour of open floor. So this is the back and forth where you guys can cross-examine each other. If it gets too over talkative and we can't come to a good open floor, we'll do timed back and forths. And then after that, we do a 5-minute closing statement each, and then a 30-minute Q&A from the chat. They usually send in super chat questions. You guys okay with that?
Yes, sir.
All right, awesome. And then after we do an open panel, but that's optional for you guys. You guys don't have to stay for that. And make sure that
by the way, Kent, I actually have there were some people that sent super chats my way that wanted to ask you questions. Would it be okay if you stuck around just a little bit so that way I could have those questions answered?
Oh yeah, no problem.
Appreciate
I'm
it.
flexible. I'm not as flexible as my brother, though. Did you hear about my brother?
No.
He's a contortionist, and he married a fortune teller. They got a child that can foresee his own end. That's flexible.
That is a good one. All right. So you're both ready to go. I can get this started.
Yep.
All right. Awesome. Thank you both for being here tonight, and good luck to you both. And let's rock and roll.
Warning. The information shared in these conversations and videos are intended for general knowledge and entertainment purposes only. It should not be considered as legal advice or professional.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna mute it. I'm gonna mute it for this because the it's like crazy. They have some pretty cringy music. I'll put it on. I'll put it on as soon as it's like on. But yeah. Let's see. We've got what 2118 saying, where is the dinosaurs, Kent? That is a really good question. That is a I think what he would say likely is that he would probably say something along the lines of, oh, this, that we slayed them all, the dragons, right? He would refer to the dinosaurs as dragons and that we slayed them all in the Middle Ages or something. That's kind of what I would assume. Kent is a legend in his own mind. So despite the fact that we very fundamentally disagree with Kent Hovind, he would be in fact, maybe infamous, an infamous legend, but he is a legend nonetheless. I mean, I'm honestly, I'm surprised I even get the opportunity to even have the debate with Kent, so I think that's really cool. Speakeasy was able to get this going, and I actually appreciate Speakeasy for pulling that off. You mean that hot ass intro Speakeasy Crusades and battle rap? Hold on. Are you saying you want me to play this? Are you sure? Let's listen to it for a second.
Every claim you throw, I strike tighter. Logic and power, I never fold. In the war of words, I'm solid gold. Raise your fist, let them know. Whoa.
Dude, it's just AI slop. What's wrong with you? AWOL. There's no way you like this. There is no way you like this. No, refuse. I refuse to believe that. All right, hold on. I think it's about to start, so we're gonna just. But I dude, I'm telling you, I am saving you guys the earache that is the hilariously cringe glorification of the Crusades. Like, I'm actually surprised. Kent is apparently going to be like doing his presentation. He's going to be doing his presentation from a phone. Honestly, not bad. I don't even think I know how to do that. Like, how the hell are you going to? I don't know how to do that. Okay, I think it's almost over. No, it's not over. Dang, dude. When's this end? Saying African and Arabs is not racist. Might want to learn that before debating somebody. Okay.
Welcome, everybody, to Swords of Reason right here on the Speakeasy Show. Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. This is where logic meets passion. If you're new here, the format is very simple. Each debater gets 10 minutes for their opening statement, followed by 5 minutes of uninterrupted rebuttals. After that, we're going to enter the arena for a full hour of back and forth debate. This is where the arguments can clash and the iron can sharpen the iron. And finally, each side delivers a 5-minute closing statement to lock in their case. When that's done, we move into the 30-minute Q&A. I'll drop the Q&A in the chat for you all, but keep in mind the Super Chats, PayPals, and Cash App questions will get priority. So if they fill up the entire 30 minutes, we may not get to the free chat one. So if there's something you want guaranteed to be asked, make sure you send it through one of the priority options. And once the formal debate wraps, we open the doors for a chaos and chill panel. That's where the community can hop in, challenge the debaters if they choose to stick around, because that part is optional for them. But it's always where things are fun regardless. Today's debate prompt, evolution versus creationism. And the prompt, evolution provides a better explanation for the origin and diversity of life than creationism. And representing the evolution side, we have 1stAmender, known for his hot news discussions, political debates, and his 1stAmender show, call-in show right here on YouTube. He's built a name by diving into today's biggest headlines, taking on challengers live, and not shying away from the smoke. So you can find his channel linked in the description below. All right. And representing the creationist side tonight is Dr. Kent Hovind, a man who has spent decades in the trenches of this very debate. Whether you agree with him or strongly oppose him, there's no denying his impact on this conversation. A longtime Christian evangelist and one of the most recognizable defenders of young earth creationism in the modern era. Known for his rapid-fire style, relentless energy, and willingness to debate virtually anyone. He has challenged mainstream evolutionary theory on stages across the world, from documentaries to lecture halls, from viral debates to packed conferences. He's built a reputation as someone who doesn't back down from intellectual conflict. And you can also find his links in the description below. With that being said, we're going to get into opening statements. We agreed, 1stAmender, you're going to go first. So whenever you are ready, 1stAmender, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Appreciate it. Let me, I need to share a PowerPoint. So just give me one quick second to get that going.
Yeah, go ahead.
Share screen. Share screen. Is there a, hold on, give me a moment. Appreciate your patience with me while I do this. Okay, do you see it?
There you go. Yep, I see it now. I'll bring it up for you.
Okay, so this is evolution provides a better explanation for the origin and diversity of life than creationism. So I had to consider like what exactly that I was going to talk about in order to address this particular topic. And I was able to come down to the best way to explain this was if I provide a biogeography crash course. So I apologize, it's going to be a little wordy, but hopefully it will make more sense as we go through it and you understand the evidence that is mounted against Kent Hovind. So this you can see right here appears to be Pangea, which allowed for an even disbursement of creatures freely being able to travel across continents. The biology was vastly different compared to today, but we would observe vast common ancestry across creatures that we see now. Eventually, the Tethys Sea, and that is the section that you see on the right there, not the left, began widening each split apart of Pangea into two distinct landmasses, Laurasia and Gondwana. each ended in their own unique evolutionary trajectories. Laurasia was the Arctic, Gondwana was the tropic. Laurasia pine genus, or scientifically called the penis genus, they named it that, saying pine trees exhibit a clear Laurasian distribution that only grow in areas that once belonged to the quote-unquote Arctic realm. And you can see on the bottom right a modern map of the penis range map. The Laurasian pressures, otherwise known as cold, this enabled there to be more pressures for cold-blooded creatures and preferred warm-blooded, capable of regulating their temperature. This explains why there is a huge increase in mammalian creatures across the Laurasian supercontinent. This is also exhibited in fossil records as well as modern mammals across Laurasia. The cladogram that you see on the left has been reconstructed from mitochondrial and nuclear DNA protein characters, verifying an independent source outside of fossil records. As Laurasia aged also began to break apart, there was a cut line between Greenland and Eurasia, splitting the Arctic region in two, the Palearctic and the Nearctic. This split indicates why we exhibit Laurasia shared ancestry resulted in all flora and fauna having a direct analog across the Atlantic. This was also reinforced with the periodic reconnection through ice ages between Russia and Alaska in the Bering Strait. And in the Gondwana, or the warm, this is where you see the first true primates, including great apes, in the center of Africa. By then, Gondwana was already splitting apart. Primates weren't even able to fully distribute themselves, but were able to go to South America and India. And this is why you actually see specifically a dispersal of primates in a Gondwanan distribution. Here you can actually see the split between Africa and South America establishing their own ecosystems. South America was the neotropic and Africa is the afrotropic regions. This ended up with South America having sloths, anteaters, and armadillos, and Afrotheria received aardvarks, hyraxes, and tenrecs. With the Arctic megafauna, this left much larger herbivores to emerge from these groups. Sloths speciated into ground and aquatic sloths, anteaters into modern giant anteaters, armadillos into glyptodonts. For those who are not aware what a glyptodont is, I posted a picture of the skeletal remains of a glyptodont. They were very big. And then, of course, you have proboscidea, or what you would imagine as elephants, specifically having a proboscis for their nose, that it stems from having a common ancestor of the hyrax. When the North met the South, Africa met alongside Eurasia, which resulted in the creatures navigating and interchanging from the North to the South, alongside their evolutionary pathways. This is also why elephants, having traveled north, resulted in mammoths growing bigger and regrowing thicker fur. Lions, giraffes, hyenas, zebras all got the start in the Eurasian realm. The subtropic region separated by the Sahara enabled an ecosystem to maintain its own separate of the north of Africa and the Eurasian subcontinent. This is where primates are, and with the exception of humans, remain here. The same happened for the Americas, along with the connection of the Panama Canal, which caused an interchange species between the North and South America. It was not equal, however, and many Nearctic and Palearctic species made it to North America through the Bering Strait. Those in the north that made it through, highly dangerous and Arctic, were the most competitive species, resulting in camelids to make it over to South America, resulting in llamas and alpacas. Felids that migrated to the south became panthers and cougars, and rodentia turned into capybaras. Native animals in South America, such as ground sloths, became extinct due to this migration. This also reached a southern continent to reach a transitionary zone between the Arctic and the North Tropic South to a temperate zone, enabling migration that created some of the most diverse regions in the world. Similar recombination also happened in India, likely with a single species of monkey, which were then isolated, which brought on many species of monkeys throughout India. Eventually, India collided with the Laurasian continent, enabling a mixing of creatures. We can look at gibbons, macaques, and langurs as native to India. Because India is smashing into the Eurasian continent, this created a strong barrier between the species except for Southeast Asia. This led to a fusion of the Indian Southeast Asian species. This resulted into the region referred to as Indo-Malaya. This leaves Australia. Having been part of Gondwana, Australia remained connected to Antarctica for roughly 40 million years after the split between India. Marsupials had transferred from the north and moved southward, reaching Antarctica and Australia. Most marsupials were outcompeted with the exception of Australia. There is a tiny amount of marsupials still in the North and South America, such as opossums, but most were driven to extinction due to mammals. Australia, without any mammalian competition, enabled them to be the most competitive. It started from one marsupial species. From the top left to the bottom right, we can have kangaroos, koalas, wombats, quolls, Tasmanian devils, and the extinct thylacine. This is what made the Australasian realm. The landmasses pushed further and further north, allowing for a recombination of the Indo-Malayan realm. This is why there is a clear distinction of flora and fauna across Indonesia, otherwise known as the Wallace Line. A new interchange has, in fact, kick-started within our day. Antarctica had its own diverse biome, but roughly 50 million years ago was sent to the Shadow Realm, killing almost everything off. This leaves the Earth with 7 distinct terrestrial biomes, with exception to the Pacific Islands, which completely independent of their own distinct flora and fauna, being an 8th island destination on their own unique biomes in the Pacific volcanic distinct biota. It's different in every island. The reason why I told you all this just now is because should the biblical hypothesis hold true, we ought observe speciation occur roughly around the surrounding beginning post-flood, spread around Mount Ararat. However, we do not see this by geologic record, by DNA, by special similarity, or by ecological realm. Ergo, evolution, not young Earth creationism, is the best explanation for the diversity of species we observe today. Thank you very much, and you can follow me on YouTube, youtube.com/@1stAmender. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement. And with that, we're going to hand the mic over to Dr. Ken Hovind. Whenever you are ready for your opening statement, I'll start the timer up with your voice. And I know you got something as well. So here, I'll make it big screen for you. And you can go through it whenever you're ready. I'll start the timer with your voice.
Well, thank you so much. That's a great PowerPoint presentation you did. However, science deals with what we can observe, study, test, and replicate. We cannot observe any animal producing offspring other than their same kind. Nobody's ever seen a koala produce a non-koala. You can draw a line on a chart between a koala and an elephant if you'd like, but that is artwork, that is not science. Science is what we can observe, study, and demonstrate. Do the experiment. Nobody's ever seen an elephant produce a non-elephant. You guys draw these family trees like it's part of science. It's nothing but a religious belief, in my humble opinion. You believe those things are true, that's fine. I don't care what you believe, but don't call it science. Okay, as far as the origin of life, the purpose of this debate, I think it's important when you talk about this topic of evolution to get into the fact that there are 6 different meanings to that word, or levels or stages maybe. First would be cosmic evolution, the origin of time, space, matter. That is purely religious. Nobody's ever seen a Big Bang produce a universe. You can imagine that if you'd like, but it's not science. Then you'd have to have this initial Big Bang producing hydrogen and helium turn to all the other elements. How do you get gold, silver, and platinum from hydrogen? I'd like to learn how to do that. That's never been observed. It can't be done. They say it can happen in stars. Well, you can't fuse past iron. So again, chemical evolution is purely religious, and you're welcome to believe that. But at this stage in world history, it is not part of science. Then we have stars evolving and planets evolving. That's never been seen. Then what we're talking about tonight, organic evolution, the origin of life. Nobody has a clue how to make life in the laboratory. All the scientists in the world combined cannot make an acorn. Yet that acorn knows how to make an oak tree. All the scientists in the world, and if all the scientists in the world someday produce life, all that would prove is it takes intelligence to make life. It would not prove it could happen by chance. So you have a 1stAmender, you have a very good imagination, a very good skill with PowerPoint, but that's not science. I'm sorry. Nobody's ever observed life coming from non-life. Nobody's ever observed any life form from bacteria to whales producing babies other than their same kind. God said 20 times in the first 7 chapters of the Bible, the animals and plants would bring forth after their kind. That's what every farmer on the planet has observed for thousands of years. So if you wish to believe something else, that would be a religion, not a science. Then you have to have macroevolution, where an animal changes to a different kind of animal. That's never been observed. Nobody's ever seen. You drew lines on paper and you made claims, that this one turned to this one and this, all these diversified from a common ancestor. Those are simply claims. They are not observable science. We don't, and fossils aren't going to help at all. You talked about the fossil record a couple of times. No fossil counts as evidence for evolution. When you find any fossil in the dirt, all you could prove is it died. You cannot prove it had any children. You cannot prove it had different children. No animal today is capable of producing babies that are other than the same kind, but yet you think somehow a bone in the dirt could do that. That's why it's a religious belief, and you're welcome to it. But I wish you guys would just admit it's a religion, quit using tax-funded expenses to support your religion in our public schools. Evolution has nothing to do with science and should not be in our school system. Microevolution is a lousy term. I don't think they should use it, but they do. Microevolution just simply means there's variations within the kind. The original created dog kind was able to produce some dogs with longer fur, thicker fur, some with thinner fur. And those with thicker fur, like the wolf or the husky, they survive better in cold climates. They seem to like it better. The ones with thin fur, like a greyhound, they don't like the cold weather. They like a hotter climate. So I think we could probably agree that all the dogs in the world, and wolves and coyotes and dingoes and maybe a couple other types of animals that look like a dog, probably had a common ancestor called a dog. Wolf, I agree. So, and the 4 different kinds of elephants, African elephant, Asian elephant, mammoth, mastodon, probably had a common ancestor. But it doesn't prove it's related to a banana. You guys make these family trees like it's some kind of science. I'll show you. Here's the family trees they use in our textbook. Boys and girls, humans, birds, dinosaurs, ladybugs, and pine trees, and worms, and frogs are all related because we drew lines on paper connecting them. Here, all the different, I would think probably all the different hummingbirds could have come from a common ancestor. That would be science. But to say that hummingbirds are related to people and potatoes is not science. All it is that these family trees are drawing lines on paper. It's artwork. And even if later someday it's proven true, at this point in history, 2026, it's not science. It's not observable. Okay. Well, you talked about Pangea. Maybe you're unaware of the fact. People say we're Africa and South America connected. They're still connected right now underwater. If you lowered the water level or raised the water level, the shape of the continents change. The shape of Africa and South America is a pure coincidence based on the water level. By the way, I'm in Indiana in a car sitting out on the street. So if I get lousy signal or something, apologize for that. I come up because my wife's mother is very, very sick, very, very sick. So probably not going to make it. Anyway, so we come up to visit her. Anyway, family trees. You say you guys believe by faith, it's a religion, that a protista or a bacteria or an amoeba, a single-celled creature of some kind, turned into everything. Fish, humans, apes. All forms of life on Earth today are descended from a common ancestor. This is what the kids are taught. And of course, if you teach a kid this 12 years in a row, he's going to believe it. It doesn't make it science. It doesn't make it true. It's a propaganda technique. You can teach kids communism's good, and the Chinese kids and the North Korean kids learn that. In Germany, Hitler taught them, Nazism is good, Nazism is good. The fact that you can get a mass of people to believe something does not make it true. All forms of life came from a common ancestor, found in a population of primitive unicellular organisms. We all came from bacteria. This is what the kids are taught. I taught science 15 years, science and mathematics in high school. And this is I collect public school textbooks. I have probably 400 or 500 of them. This is what they're teaching. That it says no traces of those events remain. No fossil. The extreme rarity of transitional forms in the fossil record persists as a trade secret of paleontology. Evolutionary trees that adorn our textbooks have data only at the tips and nodes of their branches. The rest is inference. However reasonable, it is not the evidence of fossils. Stephen Gould admitted that, and he was a great believer in evolution. So I feel bad for these guys making these family trees, drawing lines on paper, and claiming these evolved in Australia and these evolved someplace else. That's not a scientific statement. That's a religious statement. You say the butterfly and the humans are related. Probably all the butterflies could have been related. I wouldn't argue that. But that doesn't prove humans are related to butterflies. So family tree of dogs. And we could go on all night. Watch my video series. It's all available on drdino.com. You can get all my videos. We broadcast live every night, Monday through Friday, on many channels. They keep taking us off of YouTube, but run everything else on Facebook, Rumble, X. We have our own app, KentHovind.tv, Instagram, TikTok. Go to drdino.com. All the channels are listed there. So what I want to do is I defend the position. The Bible says God created the heaven and the earth in 6 days. I cannot prove that scientifically. I think that's the only logical option. If I found an ink pen laying on the sidewalk and I said, nobody made this, everybody think I'm crazy. It's a simple ink pen, a marker. I don't see it. This had a designer. Is that 10 minutes?
Oh, no, that's not 10 minutes yet. You still got 3 minutes.
Okay. Well, I admire the faith of these guys like 1stAmender. They have great faith in their belief, but it goes back to several unfounded ideas. One is that all the layers of the Earth are different ages. The geologic column started in 1820, really 1830, when it really became popular. It doesn't exist. All the layers are the same age. All over the world, thousands of petrified trees have been found standing up, running through all the layers. There's no such thing as a geologic column. If the top layer is younger, I keep asking people, where's this dirt coming from? Is it coming from outer space? All the layers were formed during Noah's flood, with the moon pulling the water up and down, called tidal pumping. If the moon's pulling the water up and letting it back down, it means it's rushing in and out sideways, and that's what made all the layers. Go to experiments in stratification video on YouTube. So I think the whole problem comes because you guys have been taught for years, and you probably believed it, that the layers are different ages and the fossils found in those layers mean something as far as changing to something else. All the layers are the same age, and the fossils in those layers mean they all drowned in the flood. If there's any sorting, it's best explained by other factors like habitat. Clams are at the bottom because they live at the bottom. They're the first ones buried. Birds are at the top because they're the last ones to die. They're sorted based upon their body density. Clams are heavier per cubic inch than birds are. They're sorted based upon intelligence and mobility. Lots of other factors. It has nothing to do with evolution. So I'm sorry they taught you that and that you believed it, but there is no such thing as a geologic column. All animals always produce after their kind. There are simply no exceptions. Dogs always make baby dogs. And you can selectively breed for smaller or larger or more ferocious or tamer or floppy ears or ears standing up. But it's always going to be a dog. You're never going to get anything other than a dog. And there are limits. There are limits to the size. They want to get bigger dogs. Like, okay, you got the Great Dane. You're never going to get a dog as big as an elephant, but there are animals as big as an elephant, like an elephant. I would say God made them to bring forth after their kind. That's all anybody's ever observed, and we've always observed there are limits, variations within the limit. And so you guys wish to imagine that, carrots and bananas and humans are related. That's not science. That's all. Go ahead.
All right. Awesome. Thank you for that opening statement. And with that, we are going to get into the rebuttal round. So this will be 5 minutes for each of you to rebuttal right directly to your opponent's opening. So it's no interjections yet. And then after you each get 5 minutes, we'll get into the open hour. So we'll hand the mic back to 1stAmender. When you're ready for your uninterrupted rebuttal, I'll start the timer up with your voice.
Okay, and so I wanted to start off by saying I don't know if I heard you correctly, but was it your mother that's sick?
My wife's mother, yes, huh?
Your wife's mother. Okay, well, I wish her well. I wish your wife's mother well, that they do all right. I'm an atheist, so I dare not pray. I hope the wishes is probably going to be best. So as for the idea of microevolution, so to adhere to microevolution is to adhere with macroevolution, however, with more steps. It's as if that if I made like little baby steps, that if I had enough time, would it result in large tracts of land? I would imagine if I inched along wanting to walk a mile, eventually I'd reach a mile. It would take more time, but it is possible. If you could adhere to microevolution, then you would adhere to macroevolution, but with more steps. Also, there is no like micro or macroevolution. There's just evolution. To state that evolution is a religion, not a science, we've observed these fossils having a clear movement based on the fossil record, transitionary species that follow exactly what we expect based on biogeology, based on genetics, based on the fossil record. Stating it is just lines on paper. It is not lines on paper. The lines on paper represent connections based on a genetic basis or an endogenous retroviruses, similarity of creatures, flora and fauna, all of which lead to common ancestors. To state that I admire your faith, I do not have faith. I only have conviction. I only hold my conviction and do not possess faith. Animals only produce after their kind. That is correct. I know your phrasing on that. You've been saying that for several years. It is correct. Animals only produce after their kind. Vertebrates will always make vertebrates. Eukaryotes will always make eukaryotes. Mammals will always make mammals. You always have your ancestry forever. You simply share a common ancestor, which shows an adherence to evolution, not against it. And with that, I cede the rest of my time.
Okay.
All right. So we'll hand the mic back over to Dr. Kent Hovind. Whenever you're ready, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Well, thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Mammals always make mammals. You always stick with your ancestry. What he tried to do just there is to sneak in the idea that we can go, dogs always produce dogs and vertebrates always produce vertebrates. Now, hold it. That is sneaking in something that's never been observed. You said several times in your rebuttal that the fossils are evidence. You can't prove any fossil had any children. You simply cannot prove that. You certainly cannot prove any fossil found anywhere had children that were different than itself. Nobody sees animals today doing that. And your answer was classic. I like that. I'm going to use that one. You said, given enough time. That proves it's a faith. It's not observable. Science, well, we can observe. You don't observe dogs come from non-dogs or produce non-dogs. Nobody's ever seen that. You believe it could happen if you had enough time. That's my point. It is pure faith. By the way, I forgot at the very beginning, I should have objected to, you called it evolution versus creationism. It should be evolutionism versus creation. The ism goes on the evolution, like communism, Nazism, socialism. Okay, it's a belief system. It really is. And I think if you go back and listen to what you just said, you'd have to agree that you slipped in several admissions of you take that you believe it. You have a conviction. You don't have knowledge. I think in science class we should teach science, not somebody's religion. If you wish to believe it, fine. Now, all over the world, all the continents have what's called a continental shelf. If you lower the water a few hundred feet, the Australia or Africa, Alaska and Russia are connected. There'd be the beach way out there. If you raise the water a few hundred feet, that's what America would look like. The ocean, there's what the beach would look like if you this is just lowering the oceans 300 feet. The oceans average 12,000 feet deep. If you lower the oceans a few hundred feet, everything is connected. Australia is a peninsula off of Vietnam. How did the kangaroos get to Australia? They hopped. That's how they get everywhere. So I think the ice caps would be huge. I believe the ice age took place at the very beginning of the flood. The ice caps were formed very quickly. I cover that on my video number 6. You can get those on drdino.com. If the ice caps are bigger, that means the oceans are smaller. Like, duh, you lower the ocean level and everything's connected. So less aggressive animals could go from where Noah's Ark landed over several hundred years while the ice caps are slowly melting back. That would give them time to get wherever they want to go. We have a continental shelf around almost all the continents. If you lower the oceans 200 or 300 feet out of 12,000, that's near nothing. So lowering the oceans 400 feet, everything's connected. So the whole idea of Pangea, that the continents are sliding around and moving, is unnecessary. Just lower the ocean level and you connect everything. Anyway, so that's my take on that. I think, where'd I go? Mammoths. I go to the theory that the mammoths had long hair, and they find them frozen standing up with food still in their mouth, still in their stomach, and they suffocated. They didn't drown. I believe they were buried in rapidly falling snow from the beginning of the ice age at the beginning of the flood. Now, again, I can't prove this scientifically. I think that's a logical explanation. So if I was going to demand that everybody pay for my belief to be taught, then I think the burden of proof would be on me. But the burden of proof is on you evolutionists who demand that everybody pay for your belief to be taught as part of science. We should have a special school for those who want to pay and come learn it and go learn all the evolution you want. It should not be included in our public school system. Let's see. The debate tonight is the origin and diversity of life. I think the origin of life cannot possibly be explained without a creator. So far, all efforts to produce life have failed. The complexity of life is unbelievable. One cell in your body is more complex than the space shuttle. And the average person has 100 trillion cells. They say if you extract all the DNA from all your cells and unwind it and tie it together, it'll go across the solar system twice. That's the code to make one human being. Now, if you wish to believe it happened by chance, okay, you believe what you want. But that's not science. It is way too complex. It had to have a creator. Now, if some people don't like that, okay, I'm sorry. That's the way it is. There's a designer of this universe. And I think the guy who designed it not only created life, he created each life with the ability to produce diversity of children. One couple can have 10 children. They can have them all different. You can get a redhead, blonde hair, blue eye, red hair from one couple. The diversity in the genetic code is amazing, but it's limited. This is where you guys either don't get it or can't admit it. The diversity of an amoeba or a protozoa, they can produce some that are resistant to heat, some that are resistant to cold, some resistant maybe to a pesticide. Okay, but they're still a bacteria. They're still a single-celled creature. But you, in your wild imagination, believe that ability to produce a variety can turn it into a whale over billions of years. Not science. Thank you.
Sorry about the timer. I forgot I didn't have it muted. And thank you for that rebuttal. What we're going to do now is move into the open floor. Real quick, let me talk to the audience. If you're watching right now, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and subscribe to tonight's debaters. Their links are in the description. We host all kinds of debates here on Swords of Reason, politics, culture, ethics, internet topics, religion, anywhere where reasoning and passion can collide. So if you enjoy this format, make sure you stay locked in because we have a lot more coming for you all. And reminder to the live chat, after closing statements, we're going to be doing a 30-minute Q&A. The Q&A is up there for you, but the Super Chats, PayPals, and Cash App questions will get priority. So if they fill the whole 30 minutes, we may not get to those ones. So if you have something you really want answered, make sure you send it through one of those options, and we'll make sure it gets asked. And finally, thank you to both of our debaters for being here tonight and bringing your perspectives into the arena. Whenever one of you is ready to start the open floor exchange, just go ahead and jump in, and I'll start the timer up with your voice.
So I didn't want to go off and wanting to question or discuss your faith specifically, because I don't think it's actually relevant to the discussion. The specific prompt is: evolution provides a better explanation for the origin and diversity of life than creationism. So I don't need to get you to concede saying that God does not exist or anything. You can still believe in God. Specifically, the question that I'm going to ask is: I gave a very detailed explanation to the existence of many different species on planet Earth, showing the biogeological pathways and giving you specific criteria of that. So if what you're saying is true, why do we not see migration from Mount Ararat between all species if what you're saying is true?
Well, suppose all the fossils in the world were formed in 1 year in Noah's flood. Anywhere where fossils are being formed today, billions of animals are dying every year. Colonel Sanders killed a bunch himself, and none of them fossilize. In order for something to fossilize, it has to be buried quickly and under proper conditions and under enough pressure that the minerals can be absorbed into the fossil as it slowly decays. So nobody sees fossils forming anywhere, but the world has trillions, quadrillions, if you want to count diatoms, of fossils. I think nearly all, I'll give it a 99.9% of all the fossils in the world formed in 1 year in Noah's flood. And they're sorted based upon various reasons, body density. You can put if you put a dead squirrel, a dead clam, a dead bird in a large jar and shake it up, it'll settle into different layers because they have different body densities. It has nothing to do with evolution. Finding one below another one does not prove that's the grandpa of the one above it. If I get buried on top of a hamster, that doesn't prove he's my grandpa. This whole idea of you guys really trust this fossil record, and you take it by faith. You take these family trees completely by faith. Here we have an elephant on the far left connected with the line over to where a bat comes in. Do you believe an elephant and a bat had a common ancestor? This chart says there is. Nobody's ever seen a bat produce a non-bat or an elephant produce a non-elephant. This is your faith. You don't want to admit that, I know, because then it makes you sound religious. But we observe elephants produce elephants. That's been seen all over the world. We don't observe elephants and bats coming from a common ancestor. This is imagination. This is a belief system. You're welcome to it, but stop calling it science.
All right. You didn't address at all what I was trying to ask you. I'm going to ask you again.
Okay.
why do we not see migration from Mount Ararat, but instead see migration based on the biogeological locations that I've presented? Why is it spread out in that way? Like for
You don't
example,
see
why do we see
migration.
the Pinus genus like that? Why does it exist
Okay,
that way as opposed to separating from Mount Ararat and going
okay,
outward?
I'll answer it real simply. You
Right.
don't see migration from fossils at all. All fossils tell you is they died. They don't tell you that they're migrating any place. The fact that we find certain fossils in certain areas, the fact is nearly all types of animals have been found in most of the layers. But if you found a dinosaur bone in a layer of dirt, it would automatically be, they would classify the layer as Jurassic because it has a dinosaur bone. How do you know what's the difference between Jurassic limestone and Cambrian limestone? It's both limestone. The only way they classify these is by the fossils they find in them. So the fossils determine the name of the layer, and the layer determines the age of the fossils. It is pure circular reasoning. There is no geologic column. You can't see migration from fossils. It's not possible. Finding a squirrel fossil in some place doesn't mean it came from someplace else.
So
Fossils are not forming today.
Let's say, for example, that we find that there is a wolf carcass, and through carbon dating, we're able to determine that the wolf is 5,000 years old. And then, but we don't find anything really, newer than that. It's just 5,000 years in carcasses of wolves in that location. And then let's say that we look to the east, we look to the north, we look to the west, and we see to the east specifically, there's wolf carcasses 4,000 years old. You're saying that you cannot infer that migration occurred within 1,000 years?
Okay, you have way more faith in carbon dating than you should. Carbon dating was invented after World War II with the atomic bomb. They realized, man, this is producing some strange things, Carbon dating is based on obvious assumptions that how much was in it when it died, how much C14 was in it when it died. All of the carbon dating is done by comparing the fossils to today's carbon-14 content. I cover this in great detail on my video 7. If you want to call into my show any night, we have question answer every night, but I spend lots of time debunking carbon dating. People who understand it don't use it. They say, no, this is not going to work. It's based on obvious assumptions. If I asked you, if you walked into a room and found a candle burning on a table, let me get up. I got tons of stuff on this. Carbon dating is based on the geologic column. The geologic column doesn't exist. There is no such thing as a geologic column. All the layers formed in 1 year. Polystrata trees prove that. So here you go. Right. Got too many slides. 100,000 slides.
So carbon dating is not based on an assumption. Carbon dating, we look at carbon 14 and carbon 12, and we add those two together. That would be the original amount of carbon 14 based off of logarithmic half-lives. So are you saying that half-lives aren't real?
Well, I understand this very thoroughly, okay? Yes, carbon-14 decays at a certain rate today. Half of it decays every 5,730 years. Has it always decayed at that rate? We know solar sunspot flares and the solar cycle can affect the rate of carbon decay. And plus, if the Earth, if the animals in the original world...
That's empirically false.
Well, you're incorrect, okay? Check it out. The rate of decay from carbon-14 and all the radioactive elements, you don't know that they've always been the same. You don't know the initial content. I use the illustration to help people understand. If I told you to fill a barrel with water, but I drilled holes in the other side, as you put water in, eventually it starts leaking out the bottom hole, then the second hole. Eventually you reach a place called equilibrium. You can't fill the barrel past that point. They knew about this problem with carbon dating when they invented it back in 1950, Willard Libby, University of Chicago. They knew that the sun is producing the carbon-14 on the Earth by striking the nitrogen atoms, turning them to carbon-14 instead of nitrogen-14. So they said, wait a minute, the sun is producing the C14 and it's decaying at a 5,730-year half-life. I agree. So Earth's atmosphere, C14 equilibrium.
So would you agree for example, the age of the Dead Sea Scrolls? Or would you just reject the Dead Sea Scrolls, just out of curiosity?
Let's not change topics yet here, okay?
No, it's the same topic. It's regarding carbon-14.
Okay, well, let me finish my point, okay? They decided when they first invented carbon dating that it would take about 30,000 years for the Earth to reach this equilibrium point where the sun is producing it at the same rate it's decaying. 30,000 years to reach equilibrium. Then they said, wait a minute, the atmosphere has still not reached equilibrium. But they said back in the 1950s, we know the Earth is millions of years old. Wrong. So we can ignore the equilibrium problem. Wrong. It has still not reached equilibrium. Radiocarbon is forming 28 to 37% faster than it's decaying. They've known this since 1985. Well, if carbon-14 if we still haven't reached equilibrium, there was more in the atmosphere today than there was yesterday, because more C14 is forming. Well, that means you can't carbon date anything. A freshman law student could destroy this in an honest court of law. Fluctuations in the rate of C14 production, at times the production rate will exceed the decay rate. This has been known for a long time. It was invented after World War II. It's an attempt to tell the age of something that contains carbon, meaning once alive. I understand. The formation rate can be affected by the sun and stars and Earth's magnetic field changes. Google it. It's only used for objects less than 60,000 years old. It doesn't even work for that. Samples are easily contaminated. No C14 should be left in samples over 250,000 years old. Yet all fossils have some carbon-14 in them. They assume the Earth's atmosphere has reached equilibrium, and it hasn't. So I'm sorry, you're mistaken. Here's the illustration, and you can have the floor. If you walked into a room and you found it.
This is a misunderstanding of radiometric dating as well as carbon dating. Carbon dating is specifically is referring to half-lives. There will always be an amount of carbon-14 because you're basically splitting it in half. You have to ask yourself, like, if it takes 50,000 years for carbon-14 to convert into carbon-12 by half, then what about the half of that? Well, then there would be 25%. And then after 25%, it'd be 12.5%. But it would just kind of there would be an amount of carbon-14 that would exist basically forever, for as long as ever. It stops being accurate after roughly 50 to 60,000 years, in which case we use radiocarbon dating. I guess like my question is, I kind of figured that you would like assume that that like U-235 to lead concentration ratios are incorrect. So I figured that I'd go with carbon dating because we have done carbon dating on several biblical accounts, and we've also done carbon dating on known kings and their artifacts, and have gotten very accurate results from that to a very high degree. So I mean, I guess if you have to just deny the existence of carbon-14 and its validity, you would basically have to throw out like all of like actual biblical icons and artifacts that have been recovered and used carbon dating to determine exact times and dates. And so therefore, like my whole position on that we could observe migration based on carbon or radiometric dating to you would you basically just have to deny all of reality in order to get this to work.
I deny your position. I don't deny reality. The reality is, look at me, the Earth's atmosphere has still not reached equilibrium. So you'd have to know when it lived to figure out when it lived.
Okay. So how old do you think like Roman times like were? Like, do you think
we have written historical records going back thousands of years?
Okay.
Maybe 4,000.
And why is it that we can look at artifacts and get accurate carbon dating?
If you took an artifact broke it up in 6 pieces, took it to 6 different laboratories, you would most likely get 6 different answers.
No, you get accurate results.
Well, then you're mistaken. You need to study that.
So in order to get any amount of sampling, you need to have a sample set, and then you would grab an average out of that in order to get an accurate reading. So obviously, if you're grabbing like
you
one,
get different numbers. So you admit
yeah,
you do
slightly
get
different from here and there, but it's on the basis of a. It is on the basis of a collection of multiple things, and ensuring that it doesn't have direct access to oxygen. Like for example, with uranium-235. We can't have it like exposed in the air because we actually had lead in the air from our gasoline. So it throws off the numbers. So it has to be not exposed in the air and underground. But I mean, I guess like, again, we could confirm carbon dating works. And we also know that radiometric dating works on the basis of thousands of experiments.
You just admitted it can be contaminated.
Yes.
Well, then how do you know it wasn't contaminated from something else 5,000, 10,000, 10
Because
million years ago?
Because the location that it was dug in was buried
Oh.
in the ground.
Okay. Could you ask Mary Schweitzer, who found soft dinosaur tissue? That has been found now thousands of times. Soft blood vessels, blood cells, dinosaur. Why won't they carbon date that?
What?
They offered her enormous amount of money.
Because
Would you please carbon date this dinosaur sample? I'll tell you your answer. They know it's too old.
Yeah. Well, because so what they found the remains of soft tissue by providing a very heavy amount of chemical makeup, but that's beside the point. The problem is that we can observe migration patterns through the death of animals, and so I ask again. We can observe these migration patterns based off of the biogeological boundaries, but we do not see migration from Mount Ararat. We see migration in the sense of the biogeologic regions that I've exhibited to you today. So why is it that we do not see migration from Mount Ararat?
Okay, you find a dead squirrel in Oklahoma. How do you know it's migrating from anywhere?
You carbon date the squirrels that are found in the ground.
And carbon dating has lots of problems.
So if you say you have 5,000-year-old dead squirrel, and then that's like the latest that we found, assuming obviously squirrels exist now, but you get my point. And then we observed later on, we found 4,000-year-old dead squirrel. Then it is safe to assume that the squirrels migrated over the course of 1,000 years to those locations.
Well, that's a wild assumption.
It's not a wild assumption. That's pretty obvious.
First of all, if the carbon-14 is still increasing in the atmosphere, all you know is it lived at a different time. You don't know it moved anywhere. Your migration pattern, desperate attempt to rescue a dumb theory.
That would show that it existed over there, and then in the future it exists here.
So we know it moved.
So then it would have moved.
No. What if all squirrels lived all over the world and that one died at a different time?
Okay, but then when we dig in the geologic column and we can find older and older squirrels and transitionary models to squirrels. Squirrel is a mammal. We can observe that would have existed among the Nearctic and the Palearctic, where it was physically connected. Why do we observe that? Why is it not there in the Afrotropic or the Neotropic?
Well, hang on, moderator. My battery is about to die on my laptop. I'm sitting in a car. I have no way to plug it in and charge it. Can we continue the debate next week when I get back home and can plug in? Or I can do it by my phone, I think.
Are you able to? Do you have a cable to plug into your car?
I think he just said there's nothing to plug it into.
It's an adapter. It's 110 volt. Or 117 or 120, depending what you want. Okay. So I apologize. It's flashing at me. It's going to die any second. So yes, carbon dating is not reliable. You just admitted without realizing it. You trust all this migration pattern stuff you're teaching based on carbon dating, which is not reliable, and based on the geologic column, which doesn't exist. If the top layer is really younger than the bottom layer, please tell me where this top layer came from. How can Holocene be dirt? Where was Holocene dirt hanging out for billions of years waiting to land?
The layer comes from dirt elsewhere.
Well, then it's the same age.
No.
If I shuffle a deck of cards,
because it gets deeper and deeper.
So where's the new dirt on top? How can the top layer be younger? I showed you polystrata fossils.
Volcanism.
Oh, that's for igneous rock. So tell you what, let's please do this debate another time. I'd be honored to do this. I think we should. You've
actually got to go. We've only been going for like 18 minutes.
My computer's about to die.
Well, we've been going for almost an hour. We've been going. We've been going almost an hour.
Were they able to plug it in somewhere?
Probably not in the car though, where I'm at, out in the middle of nowhere here. Battery is very low. Okay, so no, I'm not afraid of this at all. There is no geologic column. There is no evidence animals migrated. And even then, coming from Noah's Ark, the flood would have destroyed the world, and that layers all formed in 1 year during Noah's flood. There is no geologic column. If I shuffle a deck of cards, is the top card younger? No. By shuffling dirt around doesn't change the age of it. Every speck of dirt in the world's the same age. Okay. There is no geologic column. I know that's your Bible, but there is no geologic column. I'm sorry.
It's not my Bible. Why is it that we observe uranium-235, greater degradation the deeper that we dig, as opposed to higher up on the column, if it's all the same age and there is no geologic column.
First place, I don't know that that's true that we do. ICR.org
100%
in
do.
Dallas, Texas. ICR.org has lots of articles on uranium, potassium, argon dating, and uranium to lead, 208, 206. So I think you're simply
235 and
mistaken.
237. But
Right.
we've
And
been
just
both
so-
isotopes, and it follows.
Just so that it doesn't like die off on us, and then we can't establish anything before Kent goes. Right? Obviously, debating while mobile is rough. I understand that, and I want both sides to be able to operate at full capacity. So, like, I mean, everyone already enjoys tonight's as its own event, but if both debaters can agree that we can schedule a continuation next week where you
Please
both
do.
have a stable setup and we pick up where things left off, you know, I think that would be great, so that
I'd
you
love
know
to,
technical or travel limitations doesn't become the story of the debate, right?
I mean, if at all possible, Kent, would it be possible, like, if you hung up and then went to go charge us, give it like, I don't know, maybe it would take 10, 15 minutes and we just wait here for you? Oh,
But then we
dang.
might just run, yeah, and we're just gonna
lost it.
run into it again, right?
Well, I don't know. You could just plug it. Dude, this was planned 2 weeks out. Like, why is he in his car?
Well, he said remember he got called out of town. He had
Yeah.
he had
Fair enough.
things, you know, things happen, right? Things happen. Tis his life. Tis his life.
All right. I'm going to say, by the way, for those who did submit a super chat, I have the question saved. I have it on my desktop. So one way or another, these questions will get answered. I don't know,
I
like,
was gonna say, even with your questions, keep those too, because like I don't want next debate to just be a restart. We'll do a continuation from here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Man, what a shame.
Yeah. It happens though. It happens. Yeah, and he let me know that he's gonna be mobile because he got called out of town, family emergency. So it does happen. But
are you able to contact him in any way and ask, hey, we can maybe wait 10, 15 minutes, or is he's done for the night?
I mean, I could try, but I think, you know, like
ask.
To be fair to him, right? You know, he said he doesn't think his wife's mom may make it, and he's
fair
mobile.
enough. Yeah, fair enough.
Like I said, I want you both to have. I want this to be a good debate, not a story of technical issues, and you know.
Okay.
And I know he's not backing down. That's
Well, if you
not his
guys
style.
want, if you want, like, I can turn on the phones and just have whatever people call, and I don't know, we'll still make a show out of it if you like. Because I was planning to spend the whole night doing this. Yeah, I mean, I have my call-in number. I could just turn it on.
Or if you want, I can just put a link out for people to just come up and talk to you.
That too. We can do that if you like.
Okay. Do you guys in the chat want to come ask Amender questions? Do you want it to be based off this topic?
It could be about whatever. It doesn't have to be this particular topic. But if you want it to be about the topic, I'm fine.
Okay, yeah, we could do and I just asked him, I'll let you know. Okay, perfect. Okay, he just asked Kent if there was a way to come back. Okay. But if not, to Kent's producer in the back. If not, I have no problem scheduling it next week, and we can do like an exact continuation on from where we were here.
Yeah.
Either way.
Yeah, I'd be glad to. Yeah. What a shame, dude. I feel like. Okay, all right. I just. Are you allowed? Do you give your opinion at all?
What do you mean?
Yeah, like, what did you like? I'm asking. Do you believe in evolution and all that, or no?
Well, no. I'm more on the anti-evolution side. Yeah, I would be more on Kent's side with this debate. But
did you know anything about that?
I don't usually
biogeography?
I don't usually do the do that while they're debating because, you know, I got to be a moderator. Got to be
All right, yeah, I won't ask you any
unbiased.
questions. It's fine. It's fine. It looks like Tiny is on the chat. Does Tiny want to talk?
Oh no, Tiny's my producer in the back.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, if anyone in the chat wants to come up and maybe give Amender a argument on something you've heard him talk about before. But this isn't just calling in to roast Amender, though. This is, come in with actual arguments. Don't be a fucking troll. You just get kicked.
It works if it's a 1-on-1, but if it's like 12-on-1, I'm like, bruh, what is going on?
Yeah, I get it.
Oh my goodness, they just subscribed.
Hey, we got PC who
Wow.
just subscribed. Appreciate the subscribe. Thank you very much for that, PC. Appreciate that. I really do. Looks like Speakeasy is muted right now. I'm not sure why.
Yeah, I was. Tiny, just if you could email Kent for me and just ask him what day will be good for him next week. Ask him for Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. Would any of those days work for you, Amanda?
I'm sorry, repeat that. You said
Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. Which one of those days are good for you?
Any of those days, whatever's good for him.
Okay. All right. Awesome. Yeah. So Tiny, ask him what's good for him Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, and we can get that locked in too. What? Are you guys all scared of Amanda tonight? What happened? Now's your chance to call in.
Come on.
Give an argument.
If not, I'm just gonna take calls on my channel if we don't get much. So
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, I'll just end up doing like an open panel thing or something after. No worries.
Okay,
I'll
so
fill
nothing,
in.
We're not getting anything.
Yeah, I don't see no one popping in.
All right, I suppose we'll call it then.
You
Thank
scared
you,
them all.
Speakeasy.
Hey, thank you for coming. I'll let you know what he says for what's good.
Appreciate it.
Days
Yep.
good for him.
Reschedule. Sounds good. Have a good day.
You as well. You as well.
And that was Speakeasy, everybody. End of the discussion. 10. End of the discussion. Dang, dude. I would have loved to have that full debate. That's so annoying. Oh, little bastard. All right. I'm sorry. Yeah, I should be more polite in the sense that, they're going through like some familial grief and that sucks. I wouldn't wish that on anyone. So I wish, luck to, Kent and his mother-in-law. I don't think anybody deserves to go through that sort of thing. I may disagree with everything that he holds as true, but, I don't, act like that. I hate these people. Let me see here. So just gonna, hold on. I'm just recovering my Chrome. Okay. All right. Let me turn on the phones. We're taking calls. Turn off Do Not Disturb. Phone number is 202-998-5218. You guys want to call in and have a discussion? We can do so. More than happy to hear you out. Let's see. Reptile Dysfunction says, what's happening with Kent? Where did he go? His battery was dying, and I don't know. For whatever reason, he just didn't have he didn't have any. Anyway, Kent's computer went bloop, and it was over. Bobro says, Kent Hovind is an A-hat who grifts for a living, who abuses his wife and avoids taxes. Do not respect him. Yeah, I mean, like, here's the thing, right? At the end of the day, he could tell me, to go kick sand, but rather than him telling me to go kick sand, he, he's actually willing to engage, which actually helps out my channel. this ultimately makes me better off. Sadly, I didn't get any clips though. Normally I've got these clips just, dude, as soon as there's like, man, that's a great moment, I clip that right away. But I don't think we actually got into any clips. I was actually astonished that he was even willing to say like carbon dating. Carbon dating is fake. You can't determine where fossils are at. Like, despite the fact that you can literally determine migratory patterns from dead animals. We do this all the time. Like, what? Like, I don't see why would it not be the case that you can't determine migration based off of dead animals? Like, duh. Like, I don't think you have to. So he didn't accept carbon dating. He doesn't accept radiometric dating. He doesn't accept the geologic column. He's basically denying all of reality. Bed Cramp Gramps says, hey, Amender, have you heard about oil actually being renewable? It's theorized that it's made by plate tectonics under the crust. No. Oil comes specifically from the Carboniferous era, which was hundreds of millions of years long. And it was basically like swampy regions filled with arthropods and other insects.
Oh my goodness, they just subscribed.
Which then, we got a subscribe from Jeff Sleekum. Did I read that right? Jeff Sleekum subscribed. Thank you very much. So no, the Carboniferous era was mostly swampy regions filled with like arthropods and other creatures like that, and large planty organisms with a lot of oxygen. And this basically compressed down into effectively a swampy sludge, and then dirt fell over it, and then over long geographic layers eventually compressed into the black sludge that is oil. It does not come from volcanism. Oil is highly flammable, and if it touched anything of magma, it would burst into flames. It would burn up. There's a lot of potential energy, or what is it? I'm trying to remember. Is it kinetic, thermal energy? There's a lot of energy there. Okay. Irma 86 says, how was the debate, yo? We could not finish the debate. It turns out that, he had his battery go out and could not continue the debate, and he was going through some familial thing that he needed to address. So we're going to actually be, redoing. Let's see. AWOL says, 1stAmender, that is a way to conduct yourself. I'm very impressed that you're open to further debate. That probably changed a lot of people's point of view in the way they were actually shook. Thank you. So hold on. AWOL. Based on the biogeology that I presented, right? That is rock solid evidence that I presented, right? The biogeology. And with a stunning degree of accuracy. I venture to say that if we plan on, say, digging in Antarctica for fossils, we 100% will find marsupials. One day when there are the layers of the ice washing away due to global warming, there will be sections of the Antarctic which will then be accessible for humans to dig through. The Steel Man saying, you're smarter than you look. That's pretty funny. Thank you. I'll take that as a compliment. We are taking calls, by the way. Phone number is 202-998-5218. I'm so sorry that I could not ask the question. I promised to everybody that I would ask the questions for Kent Hovind. And I actually have 5 questions that I will 100% read to Kent Hovind. So be sure that you are subscribed to my channel, so that way you know when I am next debating. Join my Discord, discord.gg/FIRST Amender. Do keep in mind that if you plan on joining my my Discord, that you are polite. Otherwise, I will get rid of you. Don't be a dick. Let me see. Excadriller saying there's too many women in chat. What is wrong with women? Women in chat is a good thing. Rubik says, 1stAmender, there are several paleontological digs in Antarctica. Are there? Forever Rain says, I always thought that there's not. There's very little. Like, because it's buried under miles and miles of ice. digs Antarctica. Let me look that up. Because it's like a total like mystery with Antarctica. Such as those of the Antarctic Peninsula Paleontology Project and the Paleontological Research Institution focus on revealing the continent's warmer forested past, uncovering diverse dinosaur, marine reptiles, mammal fossils from 100 to 40 million years ago. Key sites include the Antarctic Peninsula and the transatlantic mountains, which host fossils from the Jurassic and Cretaceous period, including the Cryolophosaurus. Very cool. How about that? That's cool. Curious. Marsupials. Uncovered. Yep. And it turns out I was correct. Paleontological digs in Antarctica have uncovered fossilized marsupials, specifically from the extinct family Polydolopidae on Seymour Island in the Antarctic Peninsula, confirming that the Antarctica acted as a crucial land bridge for faunal migration between South America and Australia about 40 to 56 million years ago. These finds indicate the early tertiary Antarctica was warmer, ice-free, and hosted diverse mammals, providing crucial evidence for the biogeographic dispersal of marsupials. Ha! Called it. I didn't even know that until now, and we called it. Please tell me, there's got to be pictures of this. There's got to be a picture of this. Oh, man. Check this out. Chat. You got to see this. Bruh, look at that. Look how cool that is. Marsupials, Antarctica. That's insanely cool. Ancient marsupials plunged to death. More than 20 marsupials, some suckling newborns, plunged to their death 15 million years ago through a vertical cave entrance obscured by vegetation. Is this Antarctica? Oh no, this is not the Antarctic. Nope. Curious what the fossil would look like. Anyway, pretty cool. That's cool stuff. People in chat are saying Kent is back. Is Kent back? Oh, shit. Okay, hold on. I'm coming. I'm going. Coming. All right, hold on. I'm coming. Damn it, bro. Kent is back. He got his cable. Entering the studio. Continue as 1stAmender. 1stAmender, enter studio.
Hello. Oh,
hey, I'm curious. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
There, Brib?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm curious why you just put something in his mouth that we teach our kids not to step in the cow pasture. Anyway, yeah, I'm on my phone, and I'll be glad to continue. I would like to continue with the thought. There is no geologic column. If the top layer is younger, where did it come from? Why do we have petrified trees connecting all the layers? You guys firmly believe by faith that the layers are different ages. That's not science. So why would we trust a geologic column? That's what I'd like to hear.
Hold on. Can you repeat that question? Because I was just writing some notes on specific times for editing later.
Yeah, I apologize. It was a family emergency. We found out last night that we have to drive up to Indiana today. And so I grabbed my computer and did not get the charger. So no, I can't charge my computer. I'm on my phone.
Yeah. And again, I'm sorry you're going through that. I wouldn't wish that on anybody, but anyway.
No, she's been sick for years, and this is going to be a blessing probably. But if the layers are different ages, where are they coming from? Moving it to a new location does not change the age. Shuffling a deck of cards does not make the top card younger.
Okay.
And the petrified tree standing up, connecting all of them, is proof, scientific evidence that they're not different ages.
Okay, so if we have,
why do you guys believe in that geologic column?
Well, for example, if we have like uranium and it's at the surface, right, from volcanic layers, and then it gets buried, and then the natural decay process through half-lives go through, and so we can get a specific U-235 to lead concentration ratio, And it doesn't matter what isotope you pick. You have U235, U237, and then they're analogs of lead. And then we would be able to observe it older and older. The deeper we look, we can observe that. And we know half-lives work. We know it's logarithmic. That's confirmed. That's not a question. We've tested this on known kings. We've tested it on. We've tried to actually increase or decrease the speed of that clock. We've, for example, blasted it with radiation. You were bringing up the sun belt, which would have effectively have been radiation. It does not get affected. Half-lives do not get affected by that. We've tried throwing it in water. It does not get affected by that. We've tried putting it in under highly pressurized environments. Does not get affected by that. The clock maintains the same. And this has been performed trying to either speed or slow down the geologic clocks. We have been completely incapable of doing that.
Okay, you completely avoided my question. How can the top layer be younger? Even if it's lava or volcanic or activity, igneous rock, it's still reshuffling the same rock. It's not coming from outer space. How can the top layer be younger? I showed you 20 pictures of petrified trees standing up.
Become different.
If a log is petrified standing up, connecting all layers, would you agree that at least all those layers had to be formed within probably a year before the log rotted?
So did Earth have a beginning?
You're avoiding my question.
I'm not avoiding your question. I answered it. I'm saying that it would have had a specific ratio, and then it would continue going as it went down. I've already explained that.
No, you're not getting it.
Again, you've actually not addressed my question from the beginning, which, I mean, in order to invalidate the question, you've basically have to assume like carbon dating is fake, the geologic column is fake, the radiometric dating is fake, despite the fact that nuclear power plants work and nuclear bombs work. So obviously we know half-lives work. We know that it's highly consistent. We've done tons of testing on geologic dating processes. So we know that it is accurate. So what I ought observe is the dead animals in the ground ought disperse from Mount Ararat, but we don't observe that.
I did answer that question. You can't find a dead animal in the ground and know it migrated from anywhere.
Yes,
you know
can.
It died. Look at me. No fossils count as evidence for evolution. You can't prove any dead squirrel you found in the ground had a baby that was other than a squirrel, or came from a mother that was other than a squirrel.
So
science tells us, observable science tells us, squirrels always produce squirrels. Now we've got 13 varieties of squirrels, or maybe 20 different varieties. Okay, the kaibab squirrel, but they're still squirrels. But you want me to pay teachers to teach all the kids that squirrels are related to bananas. Do you believe squirrels are related to bananas?
No, they share a common ancestor to bananas.
That means they're related. If they have a common ancestor, they're related.
Ancestor. They split off billions of years ago.
Then they're still related.
No,
they have a common ancestor.
They share a common ancestor. They are both eukaryotic organisms. They both have cells that contain a nucleus, a cell wall, and a mitochondria. Both bananas and as well as squirrels possess this, right? So they share a common ancestor of eukaryota.
So that means they are related. Are you related to your cousins? Do you have a common ancestor with your cousins?
They're related. They share a common ancestor. Okay, I'm still stuck on the fact
I
that
agree.
If
with
for
that.
example, if you have you ever gone hunting?
Yeah, when I was a kid. I don't do much anymore. I don't have time.
Okay, fair enough. So if you've ever seen a dead animal of what you are hunting, is it safe to say that that dead animal is likely in that forest or wherever it is that you're hunting?
Yeah. When you find it there, unless somebody dropped it off. Yeah, I would agree. It's probably got shot or killed there, right?
Okay, so say if you saw a dead pheasant, or maybe the bones of a dead pheasant, it's safe to say there's pheasants there, right?
Has anybody ever seen a pheasant produce a non-pheasant baby?
That has nothing to do with my question. I'm saying if you saw a dead
It has to
pheasant,
do with the
it's
debate.
safe to say that there are pheasants in that area, right?
Okay. Right.
Okay. So what if you found a really old dead pheasant, and then when you traveled and looked around, you found newer versions of dead pheasants? Is it safe to say that the pheasant likely migrated?
No. I think any freshman law student should destroy that in a court of law.
What do you mean,
Listen.
no?
You don't know the pheasants you found dead had any children. How can you prove they had different? And why would anybody believe a
It's
bone
safe
in
to
the
say
dirt can do something?
it's safe to say that if you're seeing a pheasant, right? Pheasants can have babies, right? They make eggs
They can have
and
not,
babies.
Can they come? Can they come from a? Can they come from a bacteria? Did pheasants come from a bacteria over billions of years?
No, they share a common ancestor with bacteria, and that is so far back that that goes into the last universal common ancestor.
Mm-hmm.
So they're
Which
not
again, is
related.
fairy tale stuff.
They have a common ancestor. It would have been the last universal common ancestor of a cellular organism, because they're both made of cells. They're a type of cell. Do you understand?
Oh, I understand. Hey, did you know my car and my dog are both attracted by gravity? That proves they're related
Cars
because
and
they're both
dogs are not a
attracted by
good
gravity.
analogy. Cars are designed, and dogs are also designed by humans.
No, dogs are designed by God. Cars are designed by humans.
So dogs have been specifically bred for specific traits. We actually take advantage of natural evolutionary pathways and breed specific characteristics out of the dog by choice. So it is by human design that dogs are the way they are.
Correct. This is called artificial selection. Dog breeders will select a trait to get smaller and smaller dogs, like a teacup chihuahua. Okay. Do you think the teacup chihuahua, is there a limit how small dogs can get, do you think?
I don't understand why you think that if you see an old body and then a slightly newer body of the same creature, that does not indicate migration.
I don't see how you know the age of those. That's why I said these radiometric datings, all of them. All the radiometric dating methods are based on the assumption that you know what was in it when it
dating of the
died.
strata layers as well as the fossil itself.
Moderator, we need to get a system where you shut off his mic when I'm talking and my mic when he's talking. Okay, he interrupts all the time. You've not answered the question. If you have a petrified tree standing up, running through all these layers, how can they be different ages?
How can they be different ages on a petrified tree standing up? I would imagine that as it gets older, and I mean, trees, they can last, thousands of years. So it would not surprise me that if you have a stump of something, that it can go through several strata.
Trees can last thousands of years when they're growing. How about a dead tree? How long does a dead tree last where you live? Also
can last a very long time, depending on how it has been preserved. If it's in like muddy waters, for instance, it would last thousands of years. So if all these layers formed quickly in 1 year from Noah's flood, putting all this mud around them, every tidal change would make a new layer of mud. But that would explain how a tree could be petrified standing up in 1 year through 500 layers. Yeah, but that doesn't explain the uranium to lead concentration ratios being different based on each geologic strata, nor does it explain carbon dating or lead 207, uranium 235 or 237. And we get accurate dates on all of these. They are all the same and separate things being measured. You have been thoroughly brainwashed by whoever taught you that. The debate tonight is not on radiometric dating. The debate tonight is on the origin of life, which best explains it. So we're way off track on that. Yes, the origin of life. I agree. Okay. So the question is, again, because I took you through a crash course on biogeography, and that explains very clearly all of the things that we observe, right? Let me ask you this. How did the koalas make it? They can, by the way, only eat eucalyptus. How did they make it from Australia and then go to the Pacific, through the Pacific Ocean? And then, I don't know, maybe they took a raft of eucalyptus and then they high-fived Noah as they went up there. And then when they were done, they waddled on back? Well, as far as I know, it is correct that koalas today
can only live on eucalyptus. Does that mean it's always been that way?
Okay, but how did they make it to the Middle East?
I don't know. I'll watch the video when I get to heaven. I'll try to relay the message to you wherever you are at that time.
You don't know? Okay, well, I know. I actually have the explanation why that happened. And I explained exactly how marsupials moved from the North Americas to the South Americas to Antarctica to Australia over millions of years. And it turns out when we dig and look for marsupial bones in those locations, we find them because they were all part of the supercontinent of Gondwana. Your biblical explanation does not explain that. We have not exhibited marsupials in Laurasia. Do you see the problem?
Well, you keep saying we. Are you doing the digging?
I'm not doing the digging. I'm looking at what other people have done, what other people have discovered.
So don't say we, say they, okay?
We, as in humanity, as in people, have discovered that we do not observe, for example, marsupials in across China or Indonesia. We observe marsupials in across the Australasian continent. So, like, that's the problem, is that that is well explained, but there is no explanation for the Noah account. How exactly could koalas make it across the Pacific Ocean? It doesn't make any sense. And then they make it back, by the way.
Hold it. Why are you changing subjects to the Noah's Ark story? You're supposed to be explaining how life got started and diversified.
That's abiogenesis. We're not discussing abiogenesis. The question is, evolution provides a better explanation for the origin and diversity of life than creationism. I explained in painful detail biogeography, which is able to explain the exact position of koalas. Koalas make perfect sense under my worldview, and it follows through the fossil record. Yours does not, however. We do not see fossils of koalas stemming from Mount Ararat. It doesn't exist. This is the same with kangaroos, with tapirs, with any of these other creatures that you would not see in the Middle East. Actually, I think tapirs
moderator,
are in the Middle East. Never mind on that one.
Moderator, he just read the debate tonight and didn't even see it. The origin of life is indeed the title of this debate. Am I correct?
Yep, the origin and diversity of life. Yep.
Origin of life. So would you please explain to me, Mr. First Amender, how life got started? You said abiogenesis is not part of the debate.
Hypothesis of
he's interrupting again. He's interrupting again.
Yeah, let him finish, Amender. Let him finish.
Sorry, I thought he was done with his question.
The title of the debate is the origin of life, and now you're saying abiogenesis doesn't count. That's the title of the debate. How did life get started? Okay. I think it had to have a creator. It's way too complex to just happen. Okay. You want to take an already complex living thing and say how it changed.
Okay.
Well, that's interesting, but that's not the purpose.
Okay.
How did life get started? Tell me.
Is it possible, for example, that God designed evolution?
So you may want to change your atheistic stand to a agnostic.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I believe in I think it is abiogenesis, and there's a number of explanations, but we don't have all of the answers. And so I will just defer to I don't know. Not yet, anyway. But the problem is but you can't just sit there and assume an anthropomorphic being that willed into existence these things. But you could easily still believe in God and still believe in evolution. Why not assume that God is powerful enough to create evolution?
Well, you're changing subjects again. I would like to point out,
I'm asking
you have just admitted you don't know how life got started, which is the title of the debate tonight.
Yes, because I'm an honest person. I'm not going to
stop interrupting. My mama would have slapped you for this. Okay, I know that. Just learn to behave. Okay, when it's my turn to talk, shut up. When it's your turn to talk, I'll shut up. You have not explained the very title of the debate, how life got started. You've admitted you don't know. Therefore, you have a religious belief that it happened somehow long ago and far away, and you think all students should be required to learn that. The textbooks do tell you that life started from a warm little pond, which was when the rocks got rained on.
But
it rained on the rocks, turned them into soup, and the soup came alive.
But didn't you
So
say that you don't know how koalas got to Mount Ararat and made it back without leaving a single fossil?
You're assuming they had to get, the world was the same then as it is now. And that's not the title. The origin of life is part of the title. If you want to have a debate on a different topic, we can do that. But you're dodging the subject, and I know why. You don't, because you have a religion and you won't admit it. You believe life somehow got started. Life is way too complex to start without a designer.
That's you, not me. And it would have actually have started simpler, not more complex. It grows more complex over time, which follows with evolution. And so the problem is that you're specifically honing in on abiogenesis, the origin, but it does say and diversity of life. And so what I spent pretty much all of my time in research understanding the diversity of life, because when it comes to abiogenesis, there's a number of hypotheses and all exhibiting chemical explanations. None of them say God or magic God into it, because it's not a scientific question to say God. We're looking for an explanatory model, not an assumptive model. And so if you're referring to the origin, there's numerous hypotheses. I'm not going to be dishonest and say that we know for sure. I mean, I could then say under your basis that, I believe that it was a bunch of magical fairies that brought into life. There are these cosmic fairies that made life, and you would have no way to disprove that. I don't make an assumption that it's fairies. I need to have evidence that it was fairies. Abiogenesis provides numerous explanations, all of them with physical explanations. But specifically regarding the diversity of life, what we ought to observe based on our diversity of life and on your presumption of micro evolution, as in you believe that like the dinosaurs were on Noah's Ark, right? Like the baby dinosaurs, right?
Right. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And so they didn't need to grab all of them because they would have like diversified, right?
I'm not sure how many kinds of dinosaurs there are. Let's
Okay,
pick a number, say
or
there's 15.
any animal.
Yeah.
Like you would just need one dog in order to get all the dogs, right? That's what you believe, right?
And wolves and coyotes.
And same thing with birds, wolves. Yeah. Okay. So you would only need. So then what we ought to observe is those slight changes spreading out from Mount Ararat. But we don't see that. We instead see the biogeography that I've presented. Why is that?
Well, again, you're avoiding the very premise of the debate. You have to explain how life got started. You say there's lots of different hypotheses. Show me which one you believe in, and tell me why we should all be required to pay to have that be taught to all the kids.
Because one of them is based on physical evidence, and the other one is based on faith. We have a separation of church and state in the United States because we're a secular society.
Okay, then get evolution out of the schools because it's a religion.
Evolution is not a religion.
It's nothing but a religion.
Evolution is on the basis of very careful evidence. And when we observe the geologic column, we observe these things. You have to literally ignore carbon dating, radiometric dating, the entirety of the fossil record. You have to sit there and say that humans lived among dinosaurs. We've never observed a human in the same stratigraphic layer of dinosaurs. And secondly, if, say, for example, you look at the geologic column, we can actually find throughout the entire globe the Chicxulub crater impact, roughly 66 million years ago, and that's exactly what radiometric dating shows. Post that, the dinosaurs disappeared, save for birds. That's what happened. What we ought to observe, if there was a quote-unquote global flood, we ought to observe the same layer. We ought to observe a layer throughout the globe in the same exact spot with the same exact age, but that's not what we observe. We observe localized floods. We could see that there was a Mediterranean flood, for example, roughly 8,000 years ago that likely inspired the Epic of Gilgamesh, which would have inspired your Noah's flood account.
Okay, my turn. Can you please be quiet? We've never observed life starting from non-living material. We've never observed any animal produce a baby other than the same kind. We've never observed human bones and chicken bones found in the same layer.
He's just repeating.
Humans and chickens have never been found together. That proves they did not live at the same time. That's your logic.
That's not my logic. I just explained to you my logic, and you're just repeating your same talking points. I've already explained to you. You're right. We have a common ancestor. It always produces after its kind, which is fine. That's literally what evolution will teach you. But for whatever reason, you just say the same thing incredulously and not really. I feel like you're being deliberate on this. It's not.
No. I'm trying to get you to see it. I feel like I'm trying to explain colors to a blind man. Okay. Do you believe you have a common ancestor with a grasshopper?
Yes.
Okay. Joseph, put that down on the chart. He believes we have Strawberry Dave believes he's related to a strawberry.
Hold on. Is a grasshopper a eukaryote?
Yeah, it's got cells that have a cell wall. Sure.
It have a cell
That's
wall
a great design.
with a mitochondria and a nucleus. Okay. Are you a eukaryote?
I believe the designer used a common design for the grasshopper and the humans. Our cells are common. Fords and Chevys have round tires.
Did he just happen to provide the perfect biogeological evidence? Did he just plant that there to test your faith?
I don't think there's biological evidence like you talked about, geographical evidence like you talked about. There's no geologic column. There is no geologic column.
So I actually ended up Googling while you were away. I said, and I had stated that I bet you if you dug into Antarctica that you would find marsupials. And I did not know that we had actually been digging in Antarctica. Do you know what we found?
A lot of ice. I know that. I didn't.
Marsupials.
Good. That's
because
wonderful.
Marsupials would have existed in Gondwana. So we made a prediction, and then we dug there, and then we found the thing that we thought existed there because of the Gondwanan supercontinent.
Well, let's look at a different theory. Suppose all of the world was habitable, and the oceans were not there. So there were seas. Today, the Earth is 3% habitable. Suppose there were marsupials everywhere. They lived everywhere. And some they got buried in Noah's flood, and we haven't found all the fossils yet. And now they found one in Antarctica. That's wonderful. I bet they'll find one in Spain if they keep looking, and they'll find one in France. Who's looking for these?
Okay, but why don't we observe those marsupials? Why would we not observe them spreading out from Mount Ararat based on your statement?
First, I don't know that we don't find that. Secondly, if you find a fossil,
we don't.
If you
We've
find
never
a fossil
found that.
You keep using we like you're doing it. You haven't lifted a shovel in years.
As in humans, as in humankind. Like obviously, like everybody's like. There's only a very tiny amount of experts that exist out there, in comparison to the entire global population. But it's a combination of experts that dig and look and they provide their findings. So when I say we, I'm referring to the plural scientists and the efforts that have been placed by the scientific community. We can observe these things. They publish their findings. You can look this up yourself. Were you aware of the logarithmic decay of U-235 to lead concentration ratios?
We could have a whole debate on all the radiometric dating methods. Schedule another debate. Tonight's debate is the origin and diversity of life. You're telling me the origin of life you don't know, but there are theories about it. Okay? Until they prove it, get it out of the book, get it out of the science books, put it in a religion or fairy tale book.
Abiogenesis is not the same as evolution. We're not talking these are two separate subjects.
It is this. You have to have a starting point. What is going to evolve? How did life? I know you want to skip that because there is no answer. So until there's an answer, it isn't science, and it shouldn't be required for all students.
Well, there's numerous ways, and it's observational.
Which one is correct?
The like palotropy or allotropy. Like, what are you referring to regarding evolution? There's a lot of different evolutionary things that cause evolution to occur. They could be physically separated. They could be included with a new niche food source that one is able to take advantage of. They could be deal with predation, where one of them dies off to a competitive species. They could be selective in the sense that the type of food that is available is not good for one. For example, in like with birds and the beaks and whether or not they eat nuts or worms. What are you asking here? We could observe these things.
I'm asking you to stop dodging the question, how did life get started? That's the title of the debate, the origin of life. All you've said is, we don't know, there's lots of theories. Okay, then you just lost the debate. You did not give a scientific reason for how it started. Many scientists are trying to create life in the lab. They can't do it. I think the only logical conclusion is it had a designer.
All right.
That's it.
I mean, there's several models and they're all competing, but they are all evidence-based. Like, I don't know what you want from me. Like,
well, I want you to admit you believe by faith, you have a religious belief, and you're zealous to defend the idea that life got started with a natural explanation, even though we haven't found it yet.
That's you. This isn't requiring physical evidence on the basis of chemical makeup that goes from non-life to life. You, however, through faith, ignoring carbon dating, ignoring radiometric dating, ignoring the geologic column, ignoring biogeography, ignoring physics in general, you're ignoring all of these things in order to make your belief function. But I don't have to ignore any of it. I can just look at what is happening physically. And regarding abiogenesis, I'll admit, I'm no chemist. I don't know all that much about chemistry. I'm pretty weak in it, but there's a few different ways that abiogenesis is. I mean, I'm aware of the RNA world hypothesis, for example, where they believe that that the DNA first stemmed with RNA, I believe, like single replicating RNA molecules. That's fine. Again, it's like these are all physical explanations, right? It is you that requires faith of an anthropomorphic deity to create life, despite the fact that life, the anthropomorphic deity actually changes based on time, as well as what side of the Himalayas you grew up on. Considering you grew up on the west side of the Himalayas, it doesn't surprise me that you don't appeal to an Ahura Mazda or what is it? A Buddha or whatever. You instead appeal to, well, it must have been God that created it. But even on that basis, God can still make evolution. Like, why not just appeal to that instead of just ignoring like a majority of science?
Okay, for the record, then, I would say there are two major points. The first point is, how did life get started? You lost on that one. Now, the diversity of life. How did this first life form, this amoeba, which I'll give you one of those. I'll give you a bacterium. How did it turn to a whale? And where's the scientific evidence of a bacteria turning into a whale over billions of years? Where's the scientific evidence for that?
Evolution and separation. And then, I mean, like you're talking, like from a bacteria to a whale, like you're talking about a mammal, which it would have had to have been billions and billions of years of all sorts of different things. That's how you would go from bacteria to a whale.
Okay, so I'll point number two, how it happened. You lost the debate because you don't know. You just trust billions of years to do it. I
provided biogeography. I provided what can be observed in the fossil layers, and you have to ignore that evidence in order to make your position correct. I would be willing to say, I would be in favor of your biblical worldview if the evidence showed that. But we don't find a diversity of life expanding out from Mount Ararat. That's not what we observe. What we observe is the biogeography that I've presented you.
Finding bones in the dirt does not prove they had any babies. It does not prove they had different babies. Finding a squirrel halfway between Australia and Vietnam does not prove the squirrel came from anything other than a squirrel.
Well,
you want scientific evidence. Every farmer on the planet in the history of the world will tell you their animals produce the same kind of babies as they are, whether it be cows or sheep or ducks. There is no evidence of a duck producing anything other than non-duck. But you believe a duck and a cow, and you are all three related. That's not science. It's a religious belief. I admire your faith. I despise your science. You don't have any.
Okay. If a squirrel is found, we find a squirrel carcass that's 3,000 years old. Squirrels exist now, right?
Oh, yeah.
So how long does a squirrel live?
Well, the squirrels have always made baby squirrels. It depends. If they're right across the road in Alabama, not too long. They don't seem to be able to make it.
Okay.
If they stay in the woods, live longer, depending on the redneck hunters where I live in Alabama.
Okay,
So I don't know how long squirrels live. But
Okay,
squirrels
so
always have baby squirrels.
Assume, let's say, 10 years based,
Okay.
Siberian chipmunk or whatever. That's fine.
Sure.
If we observe a Siberian chipmunk, which lives 6 to 10 years, and the Siberian chipmunk is, we see 4,000 year old carcass of a Siberian chipmunk, and we still see Siberian chipmunks to this day. Is it fair to say that they had babies?
It's fair to say that proves creation in the Bible that they never changed. They still produce some baby chipmunks, aren't they?
Answering my question.
You've got a chart showing that chipmunks came from an amoeba and are related to strawberries.
Fair to say that the chipmunks had babies?
I think chipmunks have babies. Now, if you find one in the dirt, a fossil, you can't prove that particular one had any babies.
You don't need to worry about that particular one having babies because we're talking about the entire population of Siberian chipmunks. So if you have
but you're counting on that.
The
No,
Siberian
chipmunks
that appears to have something that's 3,000 years old, and we still see Siberian chipmunks today, and a Siberian chipmunk doesn't live 3,000 years. They only live 6 to 10 years. It's fair to say Siberian chipmunks got busy. You know what I mean?
And they made baby chipmunks, didn't they?
Yes.
But you think they came from an amoeba?
Okay.
Where's the change from an amoeba to a
so
chipmunk?
hold on, wait. So then that means that if that if it all came from Mount Ararat, we should observe a dispersal from Mount Ararat.
That wouldn't matter. That's not the topic of the debate.
What? No, that's talking about the diversity of life. Because when I brought up biogeography, it literally is referring to the insane amount of diversity of life. Why is it, for example, that we go to all of the Pacific Islands and they have completely distinct, completely different animalia, flora, and fauna? Why is that? Why would that be the case?
You're way off topic. It's not the dispersion of life. It's the diversity of life.
Correct. The diversity of life. So there's a diverse life that exists in the Pacific Islands. Now, if you have separation
just a second, Amanda, let him finish.
Thousands of years.
The dispersion of life is not the debate tonight. The diversity of life. How did chipmunks come from wherever they came from? From an amoeba.
It's talking about the diversity. Wow, I don't know. I'm talking about the diversity across the Pacific Islands.
That's the dispersion of life. How did they get dispersed?
No.
Has anybody ever seen a chipmunk produce a non-chipmunk?
Again, for the final time, Kent.
Oh, good. Final time.
This is already, I've already addressed this. You will always be a eukaryote. You will always be a mammal. You will always be a vertebrate. You will always have all of the features of your previous ancestors.
That's what the Bible says. They bring forth after their kind.
The point is that there's evolution.
No, that's not the point.
Okay. Well, then why doesn't it disperse out from Mount Ararat and instead follows my exact pathway? Why is it perfect? Again, it's explaining the diversity. There's obvious diversity that we can exhibit. For example, why aren't there monkeys in North America? Why not?
I had a squirrel monkey as a pet when I was a kid. What do you mean there's no monkeys in North America? That was in Illinois.
You moved it. I'm saying, if you dig in the ground, why don't you see any monkey species? Why isn't that there?
First of all, maybe they have and haven't been reported. Maybe they haven't dug every place yet.
Okay, but we never have. We've never been able to exhibit that.
They're finding new stuff all the time, but that's not the debate.
Could it be because monkeys were a part of Gondwana and Laurasia is not a part of Gondwana?
How monkeys came from an amoeba is your problem. Read the title.
This
it's the
isn't even
diversity
addressing
of
it.
life.
It's not addressing it. We share a common ancestor, not that you are literally related to an amoeba, but you are a eukaryote in the same way that an amoeba is a eukaryote.
I don't understand how you don't get it. If you have a common ancestor, you are related.
No. That's not how this
Help me explain that.
That's not how that works.
That's not how it works.
No.
I think all humans have a common ancestor named Adam and Eve. I do not think they have a common ancestor with chipmunks or with grasshoppers.
Which,
or with,
by the way, physically impossible. By the way, if there were only 2 humans and they had to spread their genes, forget about what it's going to look like 2 or 3 generations. Poor Eve is tired of screwing her sons. But beside that point, beside all of that ridiculous nonsense, there's not enough genetic biodiversity to even enable humans to exist. And also, it doesn't spread out from Mount Ararat. It just doesn't.
You believe all the humans came from a rock. What is the biodiversity of a rock?
No.
You do.
The last universal common ancestor.
What was before that?
The minerals.
The Earth was a hot ball of rock. Read the
from rocks. Not that they are of the rock, but through abiogenesis and the process of heating and cooling and electricity involved, likely lightning storms would have resulted in RNA synthesis. That's the RNA hypothesis, right? But that is a lot better than actually. Wait a minute. I read my Bible. The Bible says you came from rocks. Yeah, it does. You believe that we came from clay and God breathed the breath of life. Did you not?
Oh, no. If you'll shut up for a minute, I'll explain.
Okay.
I believe God can take dust and make a man. I believe General Motors can take metal out of the ground and make a car. I do not believe the car can make itself. I do not believe the dust can make itself into a man. You believe the dust itself made itself into a man. I believe it takes a designer. It takes a designer to make a car. It takes a designer to make a coffee cup out of clay. It takes a designer to make man out of clay. A really smart designer. My wife is coming back. We have family issues here. Please, let's schedule another debate and let's finish this. Let's limit it down now. I would like you to stay on topic. Let's just take the first one, the origin of life. If you don't know and all you have is theories, well, then admit it's a religious belief.
We have hypotheses, but that's fine. I'm willing to admit we don't fully know. There's nothing wrong with that.
Well, then stop calling it science. You're the one that
presumes with faith that life came from an anthropomorphic deity on the basis of a deity that you believe that only people west of the Himalayas believe.
You're changing subjects again. The origin of life. If you have hypotheses, but you don't know until it's proven, it's not science. Should these hypotheses about the origin of life be included in science books or in fairy tale books?
Is a hypothesis science?
No, hypothesis.
Hypothesis isn't science.
Read the definition of science.
It comes from the Latin word "seer." What the scientific method says.
I'm going to send my mama to slap you. Okay.
What is the scientific method?
Let him finish, Amanda.
The scientific method is observation, experimentation, and testing. Show me the observation of life starting from non-living material.
The hypothesis category there?
No.
You're actually being dishonest. You are unironically being dishonest here. By not saying hypothesis, you specifically dodged saying hypothesis. Obviously, a hypothesis is a part of the scientific method. So when I'm referring to abiogenesis possesses valid hypothesis with physical explanation, you're saying it is not science, despite the fact that they are hypothesis.
Would you look up the definition of science? It comes from the Latin word "seer," to know. Do you know life got started from non-living material, or do you have a hypothesis about it?
Is the scientific method science?
Science is observation, testing, and demonstration. Show me where they've tested it.
Observation, research, hypothesis, testing, analysis, and then reporting conclusions. That's the scientific method. The hypothesis is a part of the scientific method. So saying that a hypothesis is not science is nonsense. Obviously, it's science. It's literally written in the scientific method. That is what is required in order to get literal explanations to what's going on.
So if I have a hypothesis that God did it, that is now become science. Let's teach that in the science books. God did it. It's my
Okay,
hypothesis. I think God did it.
That's a fabulous hypothesis. Okay, and you also have the hypothesis that likely that Noah collected all the animals and then freed all the animals off of the top of Mount Ararat. Okay, so then what would a falsification of that hypothesis be? Well, for example, if we dig into the layers of the earth and around Mount Ararat, and then we find that there doesn't, did he have to go? What happened?
Maybe his phone died. Give him a minute here. We're in the last minute too.
Oh my God. Well, we got a full debate out, which is good.
I mean, at least he was able to come back. That was good.
Yeah, that's good.
That was really good.
Yeah.
I think you two are actually a really good matchup, and I think a round 2 is definitely needed. The chat is loving this.
I agree. I was going to ask there's a bunch of questions here for Kent. They need
Yeah, I know. I had some good questions. Actually, I even wrote down my own good questions for both of you. This debate I've been so excited for.
Me too. I was like, dude, this is huge.
I've told my chat many times, like, I enjoy watching your debates. I've watched Kent Hovind debating for so many years now. I
watched him
liked
debate for years as well. I saw him debate all sorts of people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why when people in the chat were saying, "Oh, he ran," I was like, "No, he." That's one thing he's not gonna do is run. I've watched him debate, literally go live and debate people 3 at a time and stuff. So he's not a runner. Could be that his phone died. That's understandable. Maybe my producer will let me know if he emails. Tiny, just let me know if he emails you there. I'm gonna give him a minute to come back. Oh, I got a text. Let me see. He said his wife was trying to get his attention. Let's reschedule. Oh, that was when I walked away to use the washroom. Okay, maybe that might be what we're gonna do. Let's just give a few minutes just to see. And if not, at least we got a full debate there to the last minute.
Almost a full debate.
Yeah.
Off by 1 minute.
Yep. I was telling the chat, don't worry, chat. I'll edit it all into one video for you guys.
I'm going to be doing that as well.
Yeah. But yeah, family emergencies, it's always family first. I tell everyone. That's why I don't get mad about this. Happens with debaters all the time. People would be surprised if they knew how many times I've had a debate scheduled and they tell me the day of, "Oh, this happened, I can't make it."
It's so common. I try to be very consistent, so I take it very seriously. So
yeah. I tell everyone, your family comes first.
That was really rare. That was a really rare scenario. I'm never late to stuff.
Right.
I legitimately just completely forgot about it and did not put it in my calendar, which is
exactly
bad.
Yeah. That kind of stuff happens exactly like that. Right.
That was bad.
But you showed up right away when you realized it. So
I was like, shit, I got to set everything up. I completely
I
forgot.
had one time I booked a debate. And the debater, one of the debaters, he booked a debate with someone else on someone else's show for the same exact day and time.
Yeah.
So me and the one debater are sitting here waiting, and I see he goes live, and I'm like, "Oh, what's going on here?" He's on another show.
He's on another show.
Yeah. He's like, "Oh shit, I'm so sorry. Yeah. I mixed up. I'll get you back." I was like, "Don't worry, it happens."
I have a series of questions for Kent Hovind. If you have, I don't know if you have questions that are directed to me, I can answer them and then I'll head out, I suppose.
Yeah, I guess. If and we'll just get a hold of him after.
Yeah.
Tiny says still haven't gotten anything yet. Okay, no worries, Tiny. No worries. If he lets you know anything, just let me know. So I guess I can first ask the questions I would have asked you at the end, because I always ask a question for each side. So for the first one, it was kind of based off what Ken Hovind was asking you there at the end. And I think you kind of answered it, but I just wanted you to repeat the answer, right? So like when he asks you like how does like non-living chemicals become like the first self-replicating life without appealing to the millions of years,
Mhm.
and what was your answer to that?
Okay, well, I mean, I can give you like the RNA world hypothesis. I have a chart for that if you want. Let me see if I can find it. Yes. So, and the problem is like this is like where you're talking about um, uh, specific chemical makeups that have very much have to do with chemistry. And I'm just not an expert at chemistry. I'm not an expert at everything. And, you know, what the current RNA world hypothesis is as follows, and I'll go ahead and provide this image real quick. Hang tight. Let me see if I can get it on the stream. Hold on. Give me one moment. I have to make this bigger. Just give me a second. Okay.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah. Since he left, I had him cropped out. So like we could see, but anyway, I have to show you now. Hang tight. All right, so I'll go ahead and save this image and show it to you. Okay, so image file, desktop, right here. Okay, so see if you can put that up on the screen. Okay, so basically you start with nucleotides, which nucleotides already exist. We've been able to exhibit them in natural non-lab conditions that create random non-enzymatic polymerization into short oligomer pools, which creates recombination into long oligomer pools and the folding and emergence of ribozymes into an encapsulation process in the emergence of the first RNA replicase. That is the RNA world hypothesis. But like I said, you know, there's numerous hypotheses that are just as equal as the current RNA hypothesis. We can't really disprove or prove the RNA world hypothesis. And so as a result, you have to be honest and say, we don't know. Whereas like the God example is simply just a faith-based claim that doesn't have any basis in reality. You basically just have to magic it into existence. Do you see my problem?
Yeah, I get what I get your answer for sure. Yeah, that's why I wanted you to repeat it, because I didn't think you got to like.
I mean, I couldn't get into that
like that.
Yeah, I couldn't get. I didn't even think. I honestly thought that we were just going to talk about the diversity of life, not necessarily the origin. But I see it's on there, so I guess that's my fault that I should have also included that.
All right, and then so my second question for you would be, is there any like an observable example that we can point to where like an entirely new genetic information was created that produced like a new biological feature rather than just a variation?
Yeah, no, all the time we can observe things like that. I mean, you have to understand that there exists, you know, protists. We can observe bacteria, and then of course animalia, which have just completely different cell structures. It took billions of years. It's the time is so gargantuan that it's hard for our brains to comprehend, because I mean, we've only, like humans, the earliest known humans existed roughly 230,000 years ago. And that's it. That's all we get. I mean, you're talking billions and billions of years to go from, you know, a protist, or I'm sorry, a bacteria to, you know, a eukaryotic organism. You know, just simply having a mitochondria is the fact that there's a bacteria that generates its own energy inside the eukaryotic cell.
All right, all right. And then let me see if we got some in the chat that was specifically for you. Oh, here we go. First one, Kung Fu Joe, your recent opponent. First,
Boy.
a valid scientific
Hold on a sec.
theory
Hold on.
is A,
Hold on.
falsifiable, and B, past the scientific method. Do you acknowledge evolution does neither?
Could you just
Prove
keep
me
that
wrong.
up for a second? Because I have
Yeah,
to
yeah.
I have to kind of adjust something on my end. So that
Yeah, go ahead.
way
Yeah.
I can make any potential shorts or whatever. Hold on, just give me a sec. Sorry. I apologize. I appreciate your patience. Okay, so first, a valid scientific theory is A, falsifiable, and B, passes the scientific method. Do you acknowledge evolution does neither? Prove me wrong. So evolution is falsifiable. If, for example, we dug into the ground and did not observe transitionary fossils, then that would have been a solid disproval of evolution. But it turns out we did find transitionary fossils, and better yet, we found transitions to those transitions. So it literally exhibits the exact thing that we would expect, assuming evolution is true. B, does it pass the scientific method? Yes, it does. There's numerous scientific papers and methods that assume evolution is true. The fact that there are biologists and researchers that have evolution as the cornerstone of biology does show that it passes the scientific method. Evolution does both. And I just proved you wrong there.
All right. All right. And let me see here. Any more specifically for Amanda? Oh, this one here. Question for Amanda. Which came first, the chicken or the egg?
The egg, way, way before the chicken. It's not even close. Eggs exist in polyps, for example. A polyp is far, far, far older than a chicken. It's by hundreds of millions of years. It's not even close.
All right, all right. Let me see. Oh, this one is also from Kyle Random Mile. Says, how does Amender believe life originated?
I like the RNA hypothesis worldview, but it's because I'm able to understand it. The others are way more complicated. I'm not a chemist. And I await for other experts to get a solid understanding to how life originated. But to be fair, actually, no, that's about it. Yeah.
All right, all right. And then let me see if we have any in the Q&A that was specifically for you. Q&A questions. Oh my gosh, I don't even know how to answer it. I don't know how someone can answer this, but Seahawk Daddy says, Amanda, why do all the pictures showing the evolution of man end with a picture of a white man?
I think it's probably because there were people in the West that favored themselves that way. But yeah, I kind of agree with you in the sense that they should probably represent more. Sure. Believe it or not, humans, in terms of like our genetic differences, is stunningly low. And the reason why is because we were almost brought to extinction several times throughout the human epoch. And as a result, we just don't have that much genetic differences between one group of people to the next. I know that there's like a lot of physical features that we can assume that, okay, that's really different. But in terms of like actual genetic lineage, it's stunningly small.
All right, all right. This one here, question for 1stAmender. Why does he demand for his idea that cannot be observed to be taught instead of being satisfied? That was spelt wrong. Satisfied with microevolution. It would be like someone pushing race science in school.
Okay, so evolution is not pushing race science. Evolution doesn't actually it actually disproves race as being a social construct, and so it would not play into any race science. So I believe that empirically correct ideas need to be taught in schools, which would imply evolution. Let's see. And he's saying that it cannot be observed. It can be observed empirically. There's numerous studies to show the existence of evolution. We're able to exhibit a wide diversity of species. The fact that I was able to take you through a crash course of biogeology, you yourself can make accurate predictions provided you follow the geologic patterns that I've set before you. They are observable. We dug and we found. So yes, we can observe them, and we should teach things that we can observe and understand.
All right. All right. Next one comes in from a Rowdy Gowdy. Says, what happens to carbon dating after a volcano?
So because the ratios get thrown off, it's no longer a valid measurement, right? Because for example, if you have an X, like if it's like, 40% carbon 12 and 60%, carbon 14, then, that would mean that it would have gone through, 2 or 3 half-lives, but carbon 12 and carbon 14 both get exhibited out from a volcano. And so it's not really an accurate measurement. That's why, you need to ensure that it isn't coming from igneous rock.
All right. All right. For 1stAmender, if something is dead, this one comes from Papa VNL. If something is dead, how, with no living organisms or anything around it, produce a living being? How can dead bring life? Excuse me. How can dead bring life without pre-existing life?
So I went through the RNA world hypothesis. The nucleotides short oligomer pools into long oligomer pools into a folding of emergent ribozymes into encapsulation into the emergence of the first RNA replicase. That's one hypothesis. There's more, but I favor that one. I think it's a good one. That's actually providing a physical explanation as opposed to like a god magic idea, right? It's trying to understand it. And here's the thing, right? Like there's nothing, I don't know, like you could acknowledge the existence of, abiogenesis or evolution while still believing in a god. You just would establish a more deistic worldview, which should be fine. Like, go ahead, believe what you want to believe. It's just, we should really keep science within physical reality as opposed to it's magic.
All right. All right. And yeah, I've actually heard Christians that try to argue that like evolution is cause of God. And then this one comes in from Bricky on a rant. So are men evolving into women and vice versa?
So men and women are the same species. So this question doesn't really make any sense.
I think he's asking if sex evolves. I guess that would be the question he would.
Sex would evolve over time. I mean, like, for example, like seahorses, I believe like the males carry the babies, but most creatures don't have it that way. The females normally carry the babies. There's incredible diversity of life that will exhibit survival based on the fittest, whatever is best at dealing with their environment, the food that they eat, predation, which can change sex behaviors. Sure.
All right. All right. And then I think that would be it for questions for you. I got some more that was for Kent, and then just some shouting out and support.
Sounds good.
So if you would like to tell everybody in the chat where they can find you.
So you guys can find me youtube.com/@1stAmender, 1stAmender. If you guys like debates and discussions, consider checking out my channel, hitting the sub, and I take live call-in shows. I'm no stranger to debates or discussions, and I look forward to hearing from you.
All right, everyone, go sub up. Thank you, Tiny, for dropping the channel in the chat there, and thank you for putting up with all the tech issues, Amender.
No, you're good.
I'm sure I can get you guys a rematch, and it'll go a lot smoother.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Peace.
Have a great night.
All right, that was the end of that. Back to taking calls. Back to taking calls. We still got a little time. I'll turn off Do Not Disturb on my calls, so we're taking calls, live calls. Taking calls. All right, hang tight. Let me fix this. I'm just going to make it really small so I can adjust it.
Oh my goodness, they just
Danny
subscribed.
Dennis
Wow.
just subscribed. Thank you very much for the sub, Danny Dennis. Appreciate it. I really do. I appreciate it. Thank you. Let me take a look here. We can delete this. We don't need it anymore. This is Chrome. Okay, we're good there. Self a chat. Okay. Hi guys. How did I do? What do you guys think? AWOL. I really hope you paid attention for that biogeography course. William saying, "Hey buddy, how you doing?" I'm doing great. Doing great. I feel great. I feel like that debate went excellent.
Oh my goodness, they
Went
just
about as well as I could
subscribed.
expect.
Wow.
Awolthoughts says, okay, you're saying a man can't tell what a woman what to do. Okay, they're talking to somebody else. I checked out a new day program today. Cool. What is a day program? I don't know what that is. Ex-Quadriller saying, with men, it isn't that effective, but with women, it is way more effective. I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm assuming you're talking to somebody else. Maybe if you guys at me, just let me know that, hey, if you want me to answer anything. Let me grab more water. Water! Yo, when's the last time I busted out this prop? When's the last time I busted out this prop? Okay, for those who couldn't figure this out, this was always water, okay? I'm not drinking a fifth. You know? Just FYI, anytime I pull out this bottle, I'm not actually drinking, okay? It's just water. Josian says, today I learned that there were baby T-Rexes in Noah's Ark. Ray saying, well done, 1stAmender. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. I do. We are taking calls, by the way. Phone number is 202-998-5218. If you want to call in, you can do so. Try to be polite. Don't spam the N-word. I'll hang up pretty quick and block you. So don't waste your time doing that. Bobro says that definition says nothing about man or woman telling their partner what to do. Ray R1 says crash out. Kent ran. Ooh, I don't know if Kent ran. I'll safely say that Kent did not run. He's willing to have the debate and discussion. So I don't think that he ran, you know. Local admin saying, hey, the government says it's just social lubricant. I'm not sure what you're referring to with that. Let's see. Park the Car 39 says, what is going to happen for the questions for Kent? So yes, we are going to have scheduled another debate. And you know, where he is prepared. And I will be asking these questions. Let me ask Speakeasy. Are we able to get in there? Do you know when we can get another debate with Kent? Wait, hold on. Actually, better yet. Do you have Kent's email? Maybe I can email him the questions and hopefully he can write back. My fans want bang for their buck. Yeah, so I don't want to give you guys, like, you know, having wasted your money. You are not wasting your money. I'm going to ensure these questions will get answered one way or another, whether it be through email or him physically speaking. But I just want to make sure that Kent's questions get answered. I have it on a text file on my desktop, so it's not going anywhere. It's right there. The questions will get answered. Someone talking about Mr. Slave. I don't know what the hell that's all about. Taking any questions you have, or if you guys want to call in, we are taking calls. I can take calls till about 11, I suppose. It's 10:19 currently. So, but as soon as it's 11, I got it hard cut off. Excadriller is saying Bobro is the type of person to be against slavery unless it's voluntary. Just make sure that you are nice to Bobro. Bobro is doing his best. Ray is saying W first. Thank you. Appreciate that. I really do. I feel like I get a lot of hate that goes my way, and people look at me and they're like, you know, they're like, why are you so bad at debating? Why can't you, like, I'm like, bro, I've been debating for years. What do you mean? It's like, you can't win a single debate. I'm like, really? Not a single debate? Like, bro, I've been debating for years. I've debated hundreds of people. Like, what do you want? Like, what? He, again, by the way, could not answer my question. He had to basically ignore, like, all logic, all known things about science to just be like, I don't know. He says, why don't we see migration in Mount Ararat? Seriously, if his hypothesis held true, then we ought to see migration from Mount Ararat, but we don't see that. So question is, why is that the case? Park the Car 39 says, I've heard that endogenous retroviruses are kind of like the final nail in the coffin for the evidence for evolution. Yes. Yes. There were a few species which didn't fit in our presumptive locations, but yes, endogenous retroviruses basically provided a very, very strong independent nail in the coffin for evolution. That's correct. And for those that are not aware, endogenous retroviruses are this junk DNA that are left over from viruses infecting us. And it turns out when it comes to like chimpanzees, endogenous retroviruses and human endogenous retroviruses, they're almost identical, which is wild. That shouldn't, you know, if it's junk DNA, it's basically worthless DNA that doesn't do anything. You know, it's just left over from viruses that have attacked our species. And given that we share a common ancestor, we see very stunning similarity between endogenous retroviruses. And so the endogenous retrovirus thing is a really strong defeater against the anti-evolutionist. Good. We are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. If you guys want to call in and have a quick discussion, tell me how I did. Tell me how things are going. How do kinds make kinds explain carcinization? What is carcinization? I'm going to look that up. Carcinization. Evolutionary phenomenon where non-crab crustaceans independently evolve a crab-like body. Oh yeah, dude. I've heard of this. Why is it always crab? I've heard of this. It says yeah. It was coined by L.A. Borradaile in 1916, describing the many attempts of nature to evolve crab. It's kind of funny. So yeah, so apparently there's a process that occurred at least 5 separate times in the last 180 million years, suggesting the crab shape is actually a superior, highly efficient design for survival. Why is it always crab? Why always crab? That's a really funny question. Like, hey everybody, why is crab? Yeah, this is an example of convergent evolution. It occurring across different crustacean lineages. You basically find like similar pressures that exist, and so you end up like naturally going to a specific design that is like really, really common. So carcinization, yeah, that's a very good example of independently creatures that evolve into crab. Let's look up crab phylogenetic trees. Oh, look at that. That's so cool. God, I love these. These are cool. Look at this. Check this shit out. Check this out. Look at that shit, chat. We got crab. Let's see. Carapace flattened or widened. Sternites fused into a wide plate. Pleon flattened, bent, reduced, lost, Europod. I learned so much reading what you guys have to say. Look at that. Carcinization. I learned a thing. You learned a thing. Why is it always crab? We've got does not give a fuck says, why is it that you decided to stay on the defense of evolution more than attacking the absurdity of his position, ultimately allowing it to reduce it to a theory to be dismissed? So these are live debates. I can't like control everything, but I wanted like, we've heard all of like the positions of Kent. He has been saying the same thing over and over and over, right? I even said at the beginning of this debate, he's going to say, you think we came from a rock? You know, he's going to say that over and over, right? No matter what. And so I thought I'd take like a different route to see what we would get out of it, right? Because I gave a falsification condition, which is why don't we see migration coming from Mount Ararat? So I thought biogeology was way out of his realm. And so he basically doesn't have any answers to biogeology. That's why he didn't address anything regarding the biogeological findings. He just had to simply deny all of the evidence. And I think it shows that he's on logically shaky ground. Local admin saying, and something that we have a whole bunch of evidence for. Base. True, local admin. Awolthoughts says, hey, Bobro, I can give you, say, 3 red pill ideas that you could dispute them. You're welcome to also Shifty, but I am trying to pin down what he thinks. Shifty saying, I say all that to emphasize that you aren't unusual at all. Saying it to Bobro, talking to Bobro. See, give Bobro some love. Bobro shows up all the time, despite all the abuse he gets from y'all. Bobro shows up and he's like, hey, I'm here. I'm discussing and I'll uphold my ideas, which is cool. I like that. I like that about Bobro. I think Bobro's good people. Local admin says squids are harder. Maybe God is the massive squid we keep searching for. Gaps of the squid. Are there gaps? Are there evolutionary gaps for the squid? Yes, there has historically been significant evolutionary gaps in the fossil record for squid, often referred to as a patchy record due to their soft-bodied nature. However, recent advancements, including a new major 2026 study at Okinawa Institute of Science and Technology and Nature, have filled many of these gaps in the SciTech daily reports. Oh, cool. Who wants to see the gaps on this shit? Oh, bruh. I don't know how much of this you want to read, but I'll read a little bit with y'all. Okay, so let's see. 100 million years ago, evolutionary fuse was lit in the deep ocean, sparking squid diversification. From color-changing skin to jet-propelled motion, squid and cuttlefish had long fascinated scientists to understand the origins of their unique characteristics. Many attempts have been made to define their evolutionary history. However, the limited fossil record and incomplete genomic information have made it impossible to confidently order the evolution of these enigmatic creatures until now. A new study of the Okinawa Institute of Technology combines existing databases with 3 newly sequenced squid genomes to identify the quote-unquote long fuse that has led to today's diversity of squid and cuttlefish, which together make up the decapodiform, or 10-limbed cephalopods. Dr. Gustavo Sanchez, first author of the study of the staff scientists of OIST's Molecular Genetics Unit, squid and cuttlefish are remarkable creatures, yet their evolution has been notoriously difficult to study. The question of their ancestry have been under investigation for decades, and many research groups have proposed different evolutionary hypotheses based on the different morphological characteristics of molecular datasets. With our new genomic information, we have been able to resolve some of the mysteries surrounding their origins. So, demystifying the decapodiforms. Deca being 10 podiforms. So yeah, 10 limbed squid. Okay. Squid and cuttlefish are found in a variety of habitats across the globe, from deep seas to shallow coastlines, one of the few characteristics linking most of the diverse creatures in their internal shell. But even this takes a variety of forms, from smooth, rounded cuttlebones to cuttlefish, the thin, sword-like gladius of the oceanic coastal squid, and the spiral-shaped shell of ram-horned squids, to a complete loss of the shallow water species. Past attempts to order evolution. If I'm let's see, Smallbot134 says you're debating Kent Hovind. We actually already debated Kent Hovind. You missed it. We're already had the debate, and sadly there were some questions, but I need to get those questions answered. So you guys gave me a quest. I apologize. I will have them answered, however. I will. I promise. Hopefully we get another debate, and then we can ask the questions that were thrown in. The Universal White Brotherhood just subscribed. The Universal White Brother. Ugh. I don't know about that name, bro. What's that name, bro? The Universal White Brotherhood, bro? Please. Por favor. Por favor. Where was I? I was... yes. Is this... I hope this isn't boring. Is this boring for y'all? If it's not boring, I'll keep reading. I mean, you can be physically fit and still be little, big, whatever. Physical fitness can be a lot of things. Like he keeps saying when... Probably a minority. Ray says, LOL. Okay. Earlier reconstructions of the decapodiform evolution were built with datasets with limited resolution and were prone to biased signals, obscuring true relationships between different species. Whole genome data now provide a cleaner, more consistent picture of how the animals evolved. Because most squid and cuttlefish genomes are large, typically reaching up to twice the size of human genomes, generating and analyzing them requires a state-of-the-art sequencing facilities and considerable computational power. Researchers also need fresh DNA for sequencing, which is a challenge when sourcing specimens at the sea. Some lineages are only abundant and highly diverse in tropical reef systems like the Ryukyu archipelago, while others are enigmatic and known only in the deep sea. We're fortunate to find some key species on our doorstep in Okinawa and collaborate with colleagues which access more challenging samples. Long fuse. Using the combination genomic data from recently discovered fossils, the researchers were able to map out an evolutionary timeline and ecological scenario for the origin and diversification. Our analysis shows these animals originated in the deep ocean, a habitat which still harbors species like the ram-horned squid. The model shows the different decapodiform orders first split rapidly around 100 million years ago, putting their origins firmly in the mid-Cretaceous period. However, 66 million years ago, a catastrophic mass extinction event known as the Cretaceous... this is the Chicxulub crater impact. Wiped out 3/4 of the planet of the animal species of Earth. The same event famously led to the extinction of dinosaurs and the rise of mammals. So how did squids survive? The researchers believe that the ancient cephalopods were able to find refugia within tiny deep-sea microcosms of which harbored an abundance of oxygen. Sanchez explained the sea surface would have been very harsh environment for cephalopods around that time. Very few suitable oxygen-rich habitats would have been found near the shores. Intense ocean acidification and shallower waters would also likely have degraded their shells, so the fact that some of the form of this feature had been retained throughout their evolutionary history is evidence of their deeper oceanic origins. After the Chicxulub crater impact event, coral reefs started to rebuild along coastlines. This created more habitable shallow water ecosystems to which many of the ancient 10-limbed cephalopod lineages migrated. Following the initial lineages split in the Cretaceous, we don't see much branching for many tens of millions of years. However, the KPG recovery period, we suddenly see rapid diversification. These species adapt and evolve to new changing ecosystems. This is an example of a long fuse model, a period of limited change followed by an explosion of diversity. Cool. Copy image address. Copy image address. What do we got? Okay. Wow. Look at that. Ram's Horde squid. Very cool. And then long. Yeah, it looks like we have millions of years. Just nothing. Nothing happened. Interesting. Interesting. Standing for Truth Ministries saying, great debates. That was fun. Thank you. Thank you. I hope you're subscribed. If you're not subscribed, please do. I appreciate y'all very much for taking the time to, enjoy the content. I really enjoyed that debate. I actually really thought it was a cool debate, despite the fact that there was an interruption in between. Local admin says it means that we could have a long fuse too. So yeah, humans, would not have a long fuse. We've only really existed for roughly 230,000 years. After that, there's, older human-like creatures. Does not give a fuck says, but that's just drawing lines on paper, Amender. That's not science. What? But then, this is what we observe. There's also valid hypotheses. I love how he said that they were hypotheses and that that's not science. And then he skipped over the part that science literally involves hypotheses. Like, what? Oh my God, that was so funny. I was like, no, dude. No, this is such an L moment. Standing for Truth Ministry says, how can I reach out to you and set up some debates on common dissent over modern day debate? You'd make a great interlocutor. Yeah. So on modern day debate, you got to talk to James. You would email James. But if you want to have a debate on my channel, it's pretty easy. You just call in 202-998-5218. And I mean, if you want to rip my thing, as long as you attribute, hey, you got this from me, I don't mind. It helps my channel out when you do that. So just at me, just be like at 1stAmender if you plan on ripping my content. AWOL says, talking to Sh50. Let's see. What does he even think the scientists do with the data? Just look at it, right? Well, he said carbon dating is false, which that threw me for a loop. I did not think he would say carbon, because a lot of biblical stuff, we were able to determine their ages with a stunning degree of accuracy in favor of the Bible. So I was like, man, I am amazed that he disregarded carbon-14 dating. Smallbot says, did you embarrass Kent? I don't know if I embarrassed him. I think he's already embarrassed himself a lot. Did he refute the fossil record? Yeah, he basically said the entirety of the fossil record doesn't exist, which I'm just like, that's stupid. That's really dumb. Like, why would you? What do you mean? What a dumb thing to say. And even if you like refuted the fossil record, you still have to deal with endogenous retroviruses. You still have to deal with the similarity of genomic sequencing. Like, we don't even need the fossil record anymore. The fossil record just follows really closely to genomic sequencing. Smallbot says, Kent seemed like he needed time to study. Dude, true. Because I came at him with biogeography, bro. Dude, who the hell comes up with biogeography? That is such a huge defeater for Kent's idea that it was like, dude, there's nothing you could possibly, I don't even have to bring up the geologic column. I could just show to him like, hey, here's the biogeography. Here's the problem. Like, okay, why doesn't it extend from Mount Ararat? Now what? What do you got? Show me evidence. Why do we observe monkeys in the Gondwanan regions? Why do we observe that? Why is it not there in the Lorien regions? Awol, be honest. Did I convince you at all with my intro? Because you said that you were like, you believed that it was like young Earth, but I feel like I gave really good evidence. I genuinely want to know, Awol. Please tell me, are you convinced? Did you get convinced? Please say yes, because that was a really good, I thought that was a really good introduction to biogeography. Let's see, not just the fossil record, the whole goddamn geologic column. True. And it's like, we could observe the Chicxulub crater impact 66 million years ago. We could observe that. That's observational throughout the globe. If there was a global flood, then we ought to observe that in the geologic record. What is happening? It looks like that they're talking to Bobro again. Awol, multiple baby daddies is not the same thing as a guy abusing his... What is going on? 50. Y'all guys have the craziest conversations in my chat, bro. It is wild, some of the stuff you guys say. Wild, absolutely insane. Smallbot says biogeography. Yes. Yeah. Do you want me to go over it again? I can go over it again really quickly. Ray says, I thought it was a flawless victory. Thank you. I appreciate that. I do. All right, hold on. I'll bring it back up because it doesn't take that long. I'll just go over it super quick. Smallbot, so you understand like my position on it. So hold on, give me a second. I'm gonna start the slide. Hold on, let me see here. You're gonna go super quick, but it's not too bad, I think. All right, hold on. Okay, hold on. Let me open up. Don't show that. What are you doing there? Trying to show some. Let me fix that. Hold on. Sorry. Where is my PowerPoint? PowerPoint. Where's PowerPoint? There it is. Oh, okay. Here it is. Biogeography. I'm gonna give it to you right now. Okay, so I'm gonna go quicker than normal. Anyway, so this is the biogeography crash course. So basically you have, we got 50 donating $9.99 USD saying awesome stream, so fun, dude. I had a lot of fun too. I thought it was great. I was glad that I was even able to talk with Kent Hovind, because Kent Hovind is kind of like infamous in the debate space. And so I was really happy to see that I got the opportunity to even do so, despite the fact that, he's got an unscrupulous past. Anyway, So here's Pangea. This allows for an even disbursement of creatures freely able to travel across the continents. The biology was vastly different compared to today, but would observe that there is vast common ancestry across the creatures we see today. Eventually, the Tethys Sea, which is the sea that you can see to the right, not the left, widened, which split apart Pangea into two distinct landmasses, Laurasia and Gondwana. Each ended in their own unique evolutionary trajectories. Laurasia is the Arctic, Gondwana is the tropic. Laurasia pine genus, or scientifically called the Pinus genus, yes, that's actually the name for it. Pine trees exhibit a clear Laurasian distribution and only grow in areas that belong in the quote-unquote Arctic realm. And of course, the Laurasian pressure is otherwise known as cold. This enabled there to be more pressure for cold-blooded creatures and preferred warm-blooded, capable of regulating their temperature. This explains why there's a huge increase in mammalian creatures across the Laurasian supercontinent, also exhibited in fossil records and modern mammals across Laurasia. The cladogram that you see on the left has been reconstructed from mitochondrial and nuclear DNA protein characters, verifying independent source outside of fossil records. As Laurasia aged, it also began to break apart. There was also a cut between Greenland and Eurasia, splitting the Arctic region in two, the Palearctic and the Nearctic. This split indicates why we exhibit Laurasia. Shared ancestry resulted across all flora and fauna, having direct analog across the Atlantic. This would also reinforce the periodic reconnection through ice ages between Russia and Alaska and the Bering Strait. And then Gondwana and the Warm. This is where you see the first true primates, including the great apes, in the center of Africa. By then, Gondwana was already splitting apart. Primates were not able to fully distribute themselves, but were able to go to South America and India. This is why you see a dispersal of primates in a Gondwanan distribution. Here you can see a split between Africa and South America establishing their own ecosystems. South America was the neotropic and Africa was the afrotropic region. This ended up in South America having sloths, anteaters, and armadillos. And Afrotheria received aardvarks, hyraxes, and tenrecs. Without the Arctic megafauna, this left much of the larger herbivores to emerge from these groups. Sloths speciated into ground and aquatic sloths, anteaters into modern giant anteaters, and armadillos into glyptodonts. And glyptodont you can see right there in the bottom left-hand corner. Proboscidea, most of them are extinct with the exception of elephants, from a common ancestor to the hyrax. And you can see right here the hyrax. When the North met the South, when Africa met alongside Eurasia, this resulted in creatures navigating from interchanging from the North to the South alongside evolutionary pathways. This is also why elephants, having traveled from the North, resulted in mammoths growing bigger and regrowing thicker fur. Lions, giraffes, hyenas, zebras all got their start in the Eurasian realm. The subtropic region, separated by Sahara, enabled the ecosystem to maintain their own separate north of Africa and the Eurasian continent. This is where primates are, and with the exception of humans, remain here. The same period happened for the Americas along the connection of the Panama Canal, which caused an interchange of species between the North and South America. It was not equal, however, and many Nearctic and Palearctic species made it to North America through the Bering Strait. Those in the north that made it through the highly dangerous Arctic conditions were the most competitive species, resulting in camelids to make it over to South America, resulting in llamas and alpacas. Felids that migrated south became panthers and cougars, and rodentia turned into capybaras. Native animals in South America, such as ground sloths, became extinct due to this migration. This also reached the southern continent to reach a transitionary zone between the Arctic North and the Tropic South to a temperate zone, enabling migration of some of the most diverse regions in the world. Similar recombination happened in India. Likely a single species of monkey were then isolated and brought on many species of monkey throughout India. Eventually, India collided with the Laurasian continent, enabling a mixing of creatures. Because India is smashing into the Eurasian continent, this created a strong barrier between species except for Southeast Asia. This led to a fusion of Indian Southeast Asian species. This resulted into the region referred to as the Indo-Malaya. This leaves Australia, having been a part of Gondwana. Australia removed, connected to Antarctica for roughly 40 million years after the split between India. Marsupials have transformed from the north and moved southward, reaching Antarctica and Australia. Most marsupials were outcompeted, with the exceptions of Australia. There are a tiny amount of marsupials still in North and South America, like opossums. Most of them were driven to extinction due to mammals. Australia, without any mammalian competition, enabled for them to be the most competitive. It started with one marsupial species. This is what made the Australasian realm. The landmasses pushed further and further north, allowing for a recombination of Indo-Malayan realm. This is why that there is a clear distinction of flora and fauna across Indonesia, otherwise known as the Wallace Line. A new interchange has kick-started. Antarctica had its own diverse biome, but roughly 50 million years ago was sent to the Shadow Realm, killing almost everything off. This leaves the Earth with 7 distinct terrestrial biomes, with the exception of the Pacific Islands, completely independent of their own distinct flora and fauna. The 8th island destination, and on their own unique biomes in the Pacific volcanic biota. And so the reason I told you all that just now is because should the biblical hypothesis hold true, we ought to observe speciation occur roughly around the surrounding beginning post-flood spread from Mount Ararat. However, we do not see this by the geologic record, DNA, special similarity, or by realm. Ergo, evolution, not young Earth creationism, is the best explanation for the diversity of species. There you go. What'd you think? Did that explain it? Did I explain? Did I do good? Oh. Hopefully I did good there. Hopefully you get it. It's 10:50. What is going on in chat? You guys are talking amongst one another. You guys weren't paying attention to me. You guys weren't paying attention to me. But the guy who asked, what was it? Let me see. The guy who asked biogeology. There you go. That's biogeology right there. Ugh. All right, guys. It's 10:50. I think I'm going to call it. Y'all, I hope you guys had a good time. I had a great time. This is a good debate. This is good. Evolution is way more fun to debate than politics. People are so bitter with politics. Bitter. But, I mean, I don't mind talking politics, but god damn, dude, people are hateful. God, they're fucking nasty human beings sometimes. I don't know, maybe just like having a conversation with a chat is probably good. AWOL is giving us hypotheticals, Amender. Okay, 50. I love you. AWOL says, but 50, let's say I grant both of those scenarios. And do you guys want like a night where we just have AWOL on the Discord and then you guys ask AWOL questions? I feel like AWOL could totally carry a full show. I'll put you on the 1stAmender show. AWOL says, bored or stressed, I don't give a shit. The point is that they keep sleeping with people and having children. Who cares about that? Wait, sluts are great. Can we just stop and say sluts are great? The Bible says Hyraxes chew cud. Wait, what? What do Hyraxes eat? I'm pretty sure they don't chew cud, though, because they don't have that many stomachs. Cud requires, like, multiple stomachs. What do Hyraxes eat? Hyraxes are primarily herbivores and eat a diverse range of vegetation, including grasses, leaves, fruits, twigs, and bark. Can we just say, like, how adorable Hyraxes are? Hyraxes are amazing. Have you guys seen videos of Hyraxes? We got to talk about the fucking Hyraxes, bro, because the kind of stuff Hyraxes, they're just amazing. Here, you guys have probably seen this, but I want to share it. This is probably going to get me content ID'd. I swear. All right, here we go. All right, let me make it bigger. Awewa. 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 All right, are you ready? Ready? Here's a Hyrax. This is what a Hyrax looks like. Awewa. 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 Hyraxes make the craziest noises, guys. They're also freaking adorable. All right, here. You guys want some Hyrax core? Hyrax core. All right, to be fair, right? I don't recommend. Excadriller says, honestly, the chat is better when Rainbow is gone. No, come on. I love Rainbow. Quaquas are also funny. Druid says, how did the debate go? The debate went great. I thought it was really good. James, I was in a committed relationship for 2 years at college. Okay, it was different. Hyrax core. There's like 1 billion Hyraxes. They make little squeaky sounds. See, I don't like it when the Hyraxes make where they go like because like that's the noise they make when they're scared. And I felt bad about watching scared Hyraxes, and I'm like, yeah, but it's like really adorable and cute.
Hi.
Bro. Dude, just listen there. Robert Lemon saying, excellent debate first. Thank you. Appreciate that. Dude, imagine, right? You're sitting there, you see a Hyrax on the roof. Hi there, little Hyrax. How you doing? Its response is unironically, bro, what is your problem, Hyrax? Hyrax, distant cousin to elephants. Who would have thought? Druid says, did you win? Is there any winning to any debate, really? The guy just denied all of science. Like, Excadriller, say Robert Lemon says, very good, AWOL. Very good, very good. They like you. They like you, AWOL.
Huh?
Huh? I like them. I like it. Mama. Mama. Oh, dude, the sharp teeth just blow me away. I have no idea why this herbivore has unironic sharp teeth, but look at him just eating this tomato like it's what's that one king in the king of Gondor, the steward of Gondor. He's eating this tomato like he's the steward of Gondor. This dude is like he's got Pippin singing for him, like far away, as far as 1,000 years. Let me here. We'll mute it. We'll mute it. We'll just. God, look at it. Far away, 1,000 years. Anyway, what mist and shadow to the end of night. I'm having too much fun with it. Hyraxes are great. Oh, dude, this is getting a little freaky. I love these things. Look at him. Home is behind. Yeah, the druid knows the song. Damn. A world ahead. That's right. I remember. Yeah. What a distinguished gentleman. He's cute. Look at him. Why is this the cousin of an elephant? I never would have guessed. I mean, look at it. I mean, it kind of looks similar. Like, I could see it. I could see the similarity, I guess. Anyway, this was the Hyrax. All right, though, for real, I do got to go to bed. I want to do this all night, bro. Bro, one of these days, and I feel it. One of these days, I will make enough money to where I will not have to, go to work, and instead I could just do this for a living. But right now, I do not make that kind of money. But if you guys subscribe, hit the like button, help me out, we get one step closer. And, I appreciate y'all very much. Very much. I really do. Believe it or not. I hope you guys have a great rest of your night. The elephant says, oh, that little guy is that cousin. Yeah. Good stream, gang. I might drop in on the Discord. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right, everybody. Have a great rest of your night. Appreciate y'all. Bye-bye.